can be sustained over time. So there are ways of losing weight that are not sustainable and not healthy. So our own concern is to have a weight loss that is what? Sustainable and healthy. So let me first briefly explain weight loss that are not sustainable. Any approach that is used to lose weight, which is what? Extreme, cannot be sustainable. For example, when there is severe restriction of food or calories, this form of weight loss will lead to what? Malnutrition. So it's not something that a client or even the person coaching the client will sustain, because even if you ask the client to do that, the client will only comply for a short period of time, after which you will not see that client again. So it's not sustainable because it will be short-lived. You understand? So another weight loss approach that is not sustainable is when that weight loss is not in accordance to that particular client's habits and behavior. You know, everyone is unique, as everyone has his or her own habit towards the component of weight loss. That is healthy eating, regular physical activity, and healthy habits. So if you try to generalize weight loss, what you use for client A is what you use for client B, that weight loss will not be sustainable. So before we move into cognitive behavioral therapy for obesity, we are going to see the overview on sustainable weight loss. Next slide. Okay, let's move to the fourth slide, understanding the basis. The next slide. Excellent. Understanding the basics, the science behind weight loss. I'm very, very sure we have numerous ways of losing weight, different form of procedures or different approach towards weight loss. I can list up to 6 or 7 right now. But what I want you to understand is, no matter how numerous these weight loss approaches are, the science behind the weight loss is one. It's the same. It is the same. So that is what we are going to look into. Now, understanding energy system is the what? Is the backbone of understanding weight loss. So now the energy system composed of what? 2 components. Let's move to the next slide. It's composed of 2 components. That is the energy input and energy output. Now, what is energy input? When we talk of energy input, we are talking of the amount of energy or calories that an individual consumes through food. You understand? Through your food and drinks. The amount of energy an individual consumes through food and drinks, because all the food you see in this world and drinks contains or composed of calories. Only water and salt. They are the 2 things that don't have calories or don't have energy attached to it. So now energy input is the what? Amount of energy that an individual consumes through diet, through his or her food or drinks. The second component of energy system is what? The energy output. An energy output is the energy an individual expends through bodily functions and other processes. What you put into your body is the energy input. And what is taken out is what? Energy output. We have three components to this energy output. The first one is resting energy expenditure. This resting energy expenditure, let's move to the next slide. This resting energy expenditure is the amount of energy an individual expend during what? Normal physiological process, that is at rest. When you are at rest doing nothing, still some physiological processes are taking place in your body without you moving, without you doing anything. And that process is taking place, expands energy. And that is what is called resting energy expenditure. For example, respiration. If you are at rest, don't you breathe? You breathe in and out. So respiration is taking place and it's what? Using energy. We have your function of the heart. Your heart functions even while you are at rest. We have metabolism taking place while you are at rest. Hormonal regulation, nervous system function, cellular maintenance, waste removal, all these take place while you are at rest. So it is what? Resting energy expenditure, and it is part of the what? Energy output. And this resting energy expenditure constitute about 60 to 70% of your total energy output. Please note this down. So the next is thermic effect of food. Thermic effect of food is what? The process of what? Digesting the food you eat, absorbing it, and processing the nutrient for your bodily function. This process also expands energy. It uses energy. You understand? So it is part of what? Our energy output. And it constitutes about 10% of your total energy output. So the third component of energy output or energy expenditure is the activity energy expenditure. And this includes what? Energy you used up during exercise or physical activity. Right now, while talking, I'm using energy. So it is part of what? Activity energy expenditure. So I'm very sure you are clear now about the component of the what? Energy system. We have the input and the output. And the input is what? It is the energy you consume from the food and drinks you take. While output is the energy your body uses or the energy that is used up during what? Resting energy expenditure, thermic effect of food, and activity energy expenditure. Now, the next slide, energy balance. This is where you understand the science behind weight loss. So we have what we call negative energy balance, and we have energy balance. Then we have positive energy balance. Okay, what is the meaning of this negative energy balance? When we talk of negative energy balance, it simply means your energy intake is less than your expenditure. You understand? These terms we are going to explain is based on energy input and energy output. That is what is taken in and what is taken out. You understand what is taken out? So when your energy intake is less than your energy expenditure, you are going to create what is called negative energy balance. You understand? You're going to create what? Negative energy balance. Let me explain the term, then I'll come back and explain more about weight loss, weight maintenance, and weight gain. So the second component is what? Energy balance. This is when your energy intake is equal to your what? Energy expenditure. Here, what you take in is the same thing, is equal to what you take out. So there is no there is no difference. So it is equal. Here, you usually have weight maintenance. Then the last part of this is what? Positive energy balance, where your energy intake exceed your what? Energy expenditure. Here you will create what? Positive energy balance. And this what? This is usually associated with weight gain. Okay, let me explain it in this form. Our body, depending on your age, weight, height, and activity level, there is certain amount of calories or energy your body needs for all what I've explained. For the three components I've explained, for your resting energy expenditure, for your thermic effect of food, for your what? Activity energy expenditure. You need certain amount of energy. You understand? Depending what? On your age, weight, height, and activity level. So no one person is unique, unless if you have the same age, weight, height, and activity level. That is when you will need the same amount of energy. And we all agree that this energy is what is from the food we eat and drinks we normally take. And this is what, if I should say calories, I'm still referring to this energy. So if, for example, depending on your age, weight, height, and activity level, you need 2,000 calories to what? To provide for this three component of energy, activity energy expenditure. You need only 2,000 calories from what? The food and drinks you take. Then you are able to provide your body with what? The food and drinks that what? Amount to these 2,000 calories. What will happen? You will have what? Energy balance. You have energy balance. Your body needs 2,000 calories or 2,000 energy from the food and drink you eat to what? To take care of these three components that lead to what? The use of the energy. So if you are able to provide these 2,000 calories, you will be the same. Your weight will be maintained, because what your body needs, that is what you are giving your body. This is the first scenario of weight maintenance. So if you should see anybody that throughout the year, that person remains the same, his or her weight is not fluctuating, is not increasing, is not decreasing, that means that person is always or every day creating energy balance. Then the second scenario we are going to look at is what? Weight loss. Let's say you need 2,000 calories to what? To take care of these three components of energy expenditure. And every day you end up giving your body 1,500 calories. You understand? And your body needs 2,000 to take care of these three compulsory components. And you're only able to provide only 1,500 calories. Literally, what is this telling you? It's telling you that your energy intake or input is what? Is lower than your energy expenditure. Your body needs 1,500 calories, but 2,000 calories, but you are only giving your body 1,500 calories. That means you are what? You are creating shortage. And that shortage is what we refer to as the negative energy balance. So will your body just forfeit the 500 reduction in calories? No. What will happen? Your body, through various mechanisms, will mobilize fat from your fat stores to complete the what? Reduction in calories. That 500 calorie deficit you created by not giving it the exact calories it needs. Your body will what? Will mobilize fat from your fat store to what? To top up the deficit, to top up the shortage, to get the what? 2,000 it needs for the three compulsory components of energy expenditure or energy output. So over time, if you keep creating this shortage, you what? You will be reducing weight. Your weight will be reducing gradually. You understand? Your body will be what? Reducing. Your weight will be what? Reducing gradually. So whenever you want to lose weight, or whenever you see someone losing weight, he or she is creating negative energy balance, whether intentionally or unknowingly. So the last component is what? Positive energy expenditure. Here, what happened is that your body needs 2,000 calories to take care of the three component or three compulsory component of energy output. That is the resting energy expenditure, the thermic effect of food, and what? The activity energy expenditure. So instead of you to give your body the 3,000 calories, it's the 2,000 calories it requires, you will end up giving your body 3,000 calories unknowingly, or even if you know, but you can't help it. You understand? Maybe you end up eating 3,000 calories. Remember, there is what? 1,000 calories surplus. The same way as your body did not agree with the shortage you created, that 500 calories shortage you created during negative energy balance, it will not use up your surplus. Your body don't need your surplus. The only thing your body will do is to convert that surplus into what? Storage form, and it will store it in your body. And what is that storage form? It will convert it into fat. And what? Store it at strategic areas of your body, at the fat store in your body. So over time, if you keep on creating positive energy balance, where your input is what exceed your output, you will be adding weight over time. Without you noticing, you will just see that you've increased. Your weight is out of your expectation, or even above your expectation. You understand? Because it's a gradual process. It's not something that today I increase my salary, my calories. That is, I have surplus. Today I add 1,000 calories surplus, and tomorrow I'll just see me adding weight. No. That's not how it works. It's over time, because 7,000 calories surplus is what amounts to an increase of 1 kg of fat in your body. While 3,500 calories surplus is what will amount to 0.5 kg increment in your weight over a week. That is over time. You understand? So the same way, if you are reducing 500 calories daily from your food, from your calories, from your input, over a week, you have a total of 3,500 calories. And if you weigh yourself, that will amount to what? 0.5 kg reduction in weight. You understand? And if it is 1,000 calories shortage daily, over a week, you have 7,000 calorie shortage, and that would be what? That would translate to reduction in 1 kg of fat from your body. So are you all clear about this energy balance? Please, are you people with me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So the next slide.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So getting started. What are we starting with now? Remember, from the beginning, we said we are going to look at an overview of sustainable weight loss before we move into cognitive behavioral therapy. So now, having known the science behind weight loss, how do you start? The first step is what? To start with measurements. There are parameters you measure to start this journey. And these parameters are very, very important, because first, it will give you the direction whether this patient needs to lose weight or to add weight or to maintain it. You understand? From those parameters we are going to talk about now. Secondly, these parameters will what? Will help you in tracking your progress, because you will be what? You will be reevaluating the parameters after some weeks, depending on what you choose. If it is weekly, if you decide to be reweighing or remeasuring the parameters after a week, it's okay. If it is after 2 weeks, it's okay. You understand? So you need your weight. Your weight or the weight of the client. You have to know the starting weight of the client. You understand? Secondly, height. Yes, the height of the client. Thirdly, You have to what? You have to measure the waist hip circumferences. Then you can go further to measure the what? Skin fold thickness. You understand? To measure the percentage of fat. But even without that, these four things I've mentioned, to start with, these four can be your starting point. So when you get the weight and the height of your client, what will you use it for? You use it in calculating the body mass index, BMI. It is the commonest tool that is used to determine whether a particular client or patient need to lose his or her weight, maintain his or her weight, or add his or her weight. You understand? So the weight, you divide your weight or the weight by the what? Squared of the height of that particular client, but the height should be in meters. After getting the result, it is what? Usually it ranges. You understand? We have a patient can, there's a range whereby a patient, if you fall within that range, you will be what? You'll be termed as underweight. And if you are
Sorry
underweight,
Hello, madam. Sorry to interrupt you, but we need
okay.
the slide to correspond with what you are saying. The slides are behind. Please,
No,
thank you.
I'm talking about the measurements. Here is an overview. When we start talking of the cognitive behavioral therapy, you will see everything. Everything is detailed there. You understand? Are you with me?
Thank you. Okay. Very well.
Okay.
Very
We're
well.
talking, so when we start talking about CBT-OB, you are going to see everything. I'll even give you some questionnaires that you use in measuring all these things I'm saying. So when after calculating your BMI and the weight, the BMI range is between is less or equal to 18.5. That particular client or patient is what? Is underweight. So it's not only overweight or obesity that's a problem. Even underweight is a problem because it's associated with problems, metabolic disorders. It's associated with anemia. It's associated with osteoporosis. So when a particular client is underweight, you now work towards helping the patient to add weight. Secondly, the second range is between 18.5 to 24.5. You understand? If the result of your BMI is within this range, that particular client is what? Within normal weight. So his weight or her weight is okay for her height. So you advise that particular client to just try as much as he or she can to maintain the weight and help her in achieving that. Then the next one is what? 25 to 29.9. When the BMI is within this range, that particular client is what? Overweight. So your aim now here is to advise that client to lose some kgs. We are going to see how many kgs, how you determine the amount of kgs a particular client needs to lose in order to maintain a healthy weight. Then when the BMI is above 30, equal or above 30, then that client is what? Obese. And the obesity is categorized further into first class, second class, and third class. So here you need to what? Really help the client to lose weight, because we know that obesity is risk factor for most of the metabolic disorders we have. So that is the importance of measuring the weight, height, and BMI of the client. The same thing with the waist hip ratio. When you calculate the waist hip ratio, for ladies, the normal value is equal or less than 0.8. You understand? If it is above that, then that particular client, she's at high risk of what? Also metabolic disorders. So you need to work on helping that client to lose her weight. Then for males, If it is less or equal to 1, it is within the normal range. You understand? But if it is above that, it's an alarming sign that that particular client is at the risk of developing metabolic disorders. So this is for the what? Measurement. The next is, after measuring your parameters, the next thing you're supposed to do before you embark on sustainable weight loss is to help your patient to achieve mindset that is what? In line with losing weight. Yes, it is well known or well established from researches that our thoughts impact our health, just like the way the food we eat impacts our health. So weight loss mindset refers to the mental attitude, belief, and behaviors that support sustainable weight loss. This include positive motivations, self-awareness. That is that part. You should help that patient to become aware of what triggers his or her eating disorder or binge eating or overeating that lead to what? The creation of surplus that lead to weight gain. You also help that client to what? Stop negative self-talk, because most at times clients that are overweight or obese usually tend to be having a negative self-talk. Maybe you when you start talking to them, you find out that some of them will be telling you, it's hereditary, there is nothing I can do about it. I've tried so many procedures, and I regain the weight all even above my previous starting weight. You understand? Or some of them will be saying, I cannot do it. I cannot control food, and I cannot move my body. I'm lazy. I can't do all this. So all these negative thoughts, you try as much as you can to what? Help the client in changing it to what? Positive self-talk. And in addition to this, another way to achieve this mindset suitable for sustainable weight loss is what? Through holding that client or making the client to agree to accountability. You understand? The client should be what? Should agree to be accountable. Because if you are not following up that client, or you don't even know what the client is doing, that client is not reporting to you, or that client cannot account for what he or she is doing, you will not get the right mindset for that sustainable weight loss. And again, another thing, the approach you are going to take for your patient should be what? Flexible, or should be aligned for that particular patient's behaviors. You understand? So the next thing after the mindset is what? Setting realistic weight loss goal. Yes, this is very important. The slides are not showing. Or can you see the slides?
I think we lost him. Let me see.
Okay. So let me continue. The next point is what? Setting realistic weight loss goal. After your measurement, after changing his or her mindset, the next thing for you is to set realistic weight loss goal. We have realistic weight loss goal, we have unrealistic weight loss goal. From researches, it is established that weight loss of 0.5 to 1 kg is realistic, and it's going to give you a healthy weight loss over time. So any weight loss that is geared towards losing more than 1 kg is not what? Is not realistic, and it's not sustainable. And at the end of the day, you end up not losing fat, you will also lose muscles. So most patients usually do come with that mindset that, I want to lose 10 kg in a month. or 10 kg in a week. Please don't deceive your client and don't deceive yourself. If you really want to get sustainable and healthy weight loss, talk to your client. Tell that client that I want you to have a weight loss that is what? Healthy and realistic. I don't want you to lose weight and look sick, because there are certain procedures or approaches to weight loss that, yes, that particular client will lose weight, but the person will be looking sick. Instead of that person to lose weight and be looking more beautiful or handsome, the person will end up looking sick. So that type of weight loss is not, you set a goal that is what? Not realistic. Next slide. The next slide. Yes, excellent. So after this, after the foundation of starting the sustainable weight loss, that is the measurement, the mindset for weight loss, setting realistic goal. The next thing is, what are the strategies you follow to achieve sustainable weight loss? So the strategies you follow in order to what? Achieve weight loss is not just geared towards one thing only. Because sometimes when you ask someone to lose weight, the only thing you tell the person is go and reduce the food you are eating or stop eating too much. Sometimes you will now add, please be moving your body, be doing some exercises. So eating, go and eat less and exercise. Most of the times, this is what we tell our patient. But sustainable weight loss is far beyond this. You understand? It includes balanced diet, regular physical activity, and lifestyle modification. So when we talk of balanced diet, we all know from our primary school definition that balanced diet is a class of food that contains what? Is a combination of food that contains all the classes of food in the right proportion. You understand? It should be what? Adequate. Each class of food should be represented and it should be adequate in accordance to your need. So we all know this, but let's just revise the classes of food we have. We have carbohydrates, which are our energy-giving food. And we all know we have we have many examples: our rice, our pastas, our grains, our flour. All these are our carbohydrates. But remember, we have healthy carbohydrates, that is the good ones, and we have unhealthy ones or the bad carbohydrates. So the good carbohydrates is the one that is the component of a balanced meal or balanced diet. And this good or complex carbohydrate include our whole grains, anything that is not ultra processed or anything that is not processed. You understand? So it includes our whole grains, our brown rice, our whole wheat pastas, our fruits, our vegetables, not fruit juices. You understand? Our fruits, whole fruits, and whole vegetables. These are components of good or complex or healthy carbohydrates. While the bad ones include our ultra processed grains, anything made up of white flour. You understand? Our white pastas, our high sugary drinks, even if it is natural, when the fibers are being removed, fruit juices, they are not as healthier as our whole fruits. So it's better you take your whole fruit than to take your what? Fruit juices, because important components of the fruits are. Next component of balanced diet is our what? Healthy proteins. And we all know what proteins are. They are essential for building and repairing our muscles. They are the building food of our body, and they are also the immune building food of our body. You understand? And it include lean chicken, lean beef, our fish, our legumes, tofu that is made of soybeans, our nut and seeds. All these are what? Healthy or lean proteins, because healthy. If you want to live healthy, you should what? Avoid fat, which is not so. We have healthy fats because these fats, they are very, very important in providing energy. They also support our heart health. There are also vitamins that are what only transport to the site of action when coupled with fat, that is our fat soluble vitamins. They also help to regulate our body temperature. So fat is also essential, but what? The right fat. And this right fat includes our avocado, fat from our avocado, fat, olive oil, fat from our nuts and seeds, fatty fish, flax seed, our chia seed, our cashew nuts. The fat we get from all these are what? Healthy fat. And it should be what? They should be part of our balanced diet. So this is all about balanced diet. So the next is what? Regular physical activity. Yes, regular physical activity, it's what? Very, very essential for sustainable, healthy weight loss. You understand? And the most common component of this physical activity exercise, like our cardio exercises and our strengthening exercises. The combinations of these two forms of exercises are very, very, very essential or play very, very important role for sustainable, healthy weight loss. And cardio exercises include running, jumping ropes, boxing, bricks walking, swinging, swimming, cycling, walking, dancing, and a lot more. I know if I should ask you to list, you list many more. Then strengthening exercises using weight, whether body weight or external weight, something like push-ups, using dumbbells, shoulder press, squatting, lunges, planks, etc. All these are what? Part of strengthening exercises. So the combination of these two forms of exercises burns calories. You understand? For example, like the cardio exercises, what it does is that it helps us to burn calories at the time of doing that particular exercises. You understand? You burn calories while doing the exercises. It improves your cardiovascular endurance. It increases your stamina. While strengthening exercises, usually the calories it burns at the time of doing it is not as high as the cardio exercises burns. But the advantage of this and strengthening exercises is that it continue the burning of calories even at rest. You understand? In addition to building muscles, it boosts our metabolism. So in the long run, it burns more calorie than our cardiovascular exercises. But that notwithstanding, the combination of these two form of exercises give you the best result. The next is what? Lifestyle modification. So this lifestyle modification is it's a way, they are healthy habits you include in your routine in order to work to increase your productivity. And this include hydration. It also include adequate quality night sleep. It also includes reduction in stress, minimizing your stress level. You understand? So we'll come to talk about it in details. So next slide. Next slide. How do we lose the weight? So I've stated the component of what? The part of strategies you use in losing the weight. I talk about balanced diet. That is, we're talking about our food. Then we'll talk about regular physical activity. Then what? Modification of lifestyle. So from this, you are meant to understand that taking care of your diet alone will not give you a sustainable, healthy weight loss. Because if you keep reducing your diet, if you keep creating calorie shortage, it will reach to a stage whereby not only fat will be burned from your body, even the muscles will be breaking down. And when you are losing muscles, there will be a lot of health implications because your metabolism will slow down. it will reach to a point whereby no matter the amount of food you eat, no matter how little the food you eat, you will not lose weight. You understand? Then regular physical activity. Sometimes it's even better to say, okay, I'm only going to be very serious with my exercise. But the problem is that when you decide to lose weight only using your regular physical activity, it's not something that is sustainable. Because for you to lose a particular amount of calorie, you have to do an intense workout or exercise before you achieve that. Okay, let me give you example with peanut, granite, peanut. A cup of peanut, or let me say 100 grams of granite, is equivalent to 524 calories. For you to burn 524 calories, you have to embark on 2 hours brisk walking. Please, which one is easier? To reduce, to forfeit your 100 grams of granite, or to embark on 2 hours brisk walking? Please, which one is easier, or which one is even realistic? Please, can someone tell me? Hello?
Okay, hello, ma'am. The first option is much easier and forfeit it rather than going for. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. So that is why, for you to achieve sustainable and realistic weight loss, is for you to combine the two. You understand? Balance, taking care of your food and regular physical activity. So now, having known this, how do we go about doing it? How do we go about implementing it? That is, how do we lose this weight? So to lose this weight, I will talk about calorie deficit. I will re-explain what calorie deficit is, which we've already talked about under energy balance. That is under negative energy balance. So now, what is calorie deficit? In a very simpler term, it simply means calorie shortage of calorie. That is the meaning of calorie deficit. You understand? And this calorie shortage is the one and only science behind weight loss. Yes. Any approach you use to weight loss, anyone, at the end of the day, it's what you create calorie shortage. If you did not create calorie shortage, there is no way you will lose weight. So any approach, no matter which method marketers will advertise to you, whether slimming tea, whether slimming coffee, whether let's say food, grains or cereals that help you to lose weight, or any exercise that help you to lose weight, at the end of the day, they are what creating calorie deficit or calorie shortage. So now, using our food, how do we create calorie deficit or shortage using our diet, with our diet? Because we are going to find ways of creating this calorie deficit with our diet, and calories deficit with what? Regular physical activity. So we have two ways. We have two ways to create calorie deficit or calorie shortage using our food. The first one is through what? Calorie estimation. And the other one is what? Using portion control. So now let's see what is this calorie estimation. Next slide. So how many calories do I need? Let's move to the next slide. Sorry. So now, calorie estimation. Before you know how to estimate your calories to create calorie shortage or calorie deficit, you need to know what these calories are. Yes, these calories are nothing but what? unit of measurement of energy. Just like how you use second to measure your time, kg to measure your weight, so it's the same thing. Calories are used to measure our energy. Energy, what? Energy we eat from, or energy gotten from our diet. You understand? So what do these calories do? We said calories, they are unit of measurement. So they are the unit we use in measuring our energy. And this energy are gotten from the food we eat. So this energy simply what provides energy. This calories simply provides energy. For what? For resting energy expenditure that we've explained earlier on. For what? Normal physiological processes that take place at rest. Our respiration, our circulation, the heart function, the brain function, metabolism. All these things, they are work your body that is carried out in your body. And what you use in carrying out this process I've mentioned is nothing but what? Calories. You understand? Nothing but what? Energy. And the energy is usually gotten from the calories. And this calories is gotten from the food we eat. Secondly, this energy, as I have already mentioned earlier on, it's used for what? Our physical activity. That is why we said we have activity energy expenditure. So these calories provide energy for what? Our physical activity and exercises. You understand? So another function of this energy gotten from the calories is that it helps what? With thermic effect of food. That is it provides energy for the digestion of the food you eat, the absorption of the nutrients, and what? Even the distribution of the nutrient to the what? Site of action to the cells where it is required. All this we need energy for doing that, and that energy is gotten from what? The calories, and the calories is gotten from what? The food we eat. So I know you'll be thinking, some of you will be thinking, let's move to the next slide. Okay, this food I've been talking about, we have what? Different types of food. We've already even seen we have different classes of food. We have carbohydrates, we have protein, we have fat. You understand? And carbohydrate is not only our grains, even fruits and vegetables are also part of carbohydrates, in addition to other minerals and vitamins you usually get from the fruit and vegetables. You understand? So are these calories created equally? Is the calories of 1 cup of rice the same thing with calories of 1 cup of pasta? Or is it the same thing? Is 100 grams of rice the same thing with 100 grams of pasta? No, 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 no. The calories varies. You understand? First of all, 1 gram, if you should eat 1 gram of carbohydrates, 1 gram of carbohydrate will give you what? 4 calories. Yes, if you should take 1 gram of carbohydrate, it will give you 4 calories. If you should take 1 gram of protein, it will give you what? 9 calories. You understand? It will give you 9 calories. If you should take 1 gram of fat, it will give you 9 calories. Almost twice the calories of 1 gram of carbohydrates and what? And protein. That is why people that did not understand the science behind it will be telling you fat is the bad guy. Fat is not bad in totality. It is the quantity you take that matters. So that is why you always preach, limit your fat intake. Because if you should take 1 gram of carbohydrate, you are only feeding yourself with 4 calories. But when you take 1 gram of fat, it's equivalent to 9 calories. So that is why you take what? Fat in limitation. Even the healthy fat, you should take it what? In limitation. Because even if a particular food is healthy, the calories will not change. So now, all food has different calories. 1 cup of cooked rice is equivalent to 240 calories. You understand? Or less, maybe 230 to 240, depending on the type of the rice. When you take 1 cup of cooked pasta, whether spaghetti or macaroni, it's equivalent to what? It's equivalent to 240 calories. Here from our slide, you see Indomie. You see the mini pack of Indomie, the 70 gram. If you take that one, it's equivalent to 300 calories. When you take the one of 120 gram, it's equivalent to 540 calories. When you take 200 grams of Indomie, it's equivalent to what? 900 calories. When you take 305, the jumbo pack is equivalent to what? 1,370 calories. So now I know you're wondering, how will I know the calories of all the food I'm eating or all the food my client is eating, since we have different type of food, different classes of food? It's very easy. It's things that has been researched and documented. If you Google, you are going to see the, the calories of different food you eat. And as if the last time we had this class, I provided the group with calories of the common food we eat. So if you should go through the documents and study it, if you study it for a while, you are going to be conversant with and the calories of the common food you eat. So now, having known that, let's dive in deep into calorie deficit. That is the creation of the calorie shortage. Yes, the calorie shortage. Let's move to the next slide. So I've explained earlier on this calorie deficit. The simplest way of describing it is what? Calorie shortage. And I'm very sure everyone is clear now with what calorie deficit is or calorie shortage is. So now, is there any requirement for the creation of this calorie deficit, or every one calorie deficit is the same? No, there are requirements. Yes, we have requirements. As I said earlier on, everyone is unique. A is different from B with regard to age, weight, height, sex, and activity level. So likewise, the calories you need to maintain weight or to add weight or to lose weight differs. So it differs depending on your what? Sex. As we all know that males burns what? Calories faster than females. So that is why the calories male needs is usually higher than that of females. Even if you're of the same age, even if you're of the same height, even if you're of the same physical activity, males' calories usually is higher than female calories. Another thing is what? Age. Your higher your age, the lesser the calories you need. So that is why it is advisable that as you grow up, you reduce your food intake because your body don't need it. Physical activity. The higher your physical activity, the more calories you need because you burn more calories. The next one is height. The higher your height, the more the calories you need because of the what? Increase in your surface area. Likewise, weight. The higher your weight, the what? The more calories you need. Then body composition. When your body is more muscular, you need more calories than the one that his or her body is what? More of fat, because muscles burn more calories than fat. So with regard to this parameters I've stated, this is what determines the calories you take. This determines I take 2,000 calories per day to maintain my weight, and Khadija takes or needs 3,000 calories to maintain her weight. So now, for most people, a calorie deficit of 500 to 1,000 is usually enough to what? To lose 0.5 kg per week or 1 kg per week respectively. As I said earlier on, that 3,500 calories deficit is equivalent to 0.5 kg reduction in weight. And how do you achieve that? It's not at once. you can't create 3,500 calories in a day. You just get up one day and decide that I must create 3,500 calories today from my diet and physical activity. Wallahi, you end up on the hospital bed. So it's done gradually. That is why we said realistically it should be 500 calories daily. At the end of the week, it will translate to what? 3,500 calories, which is equivalent to 0.5 kg reduction in weight. And if your aim is to lose 1 kg per week, so daily you will lose what? 1,000, daily you will create 1,000 calorie shortage. At the end of the week, you will get a total shortage of 7,000 calories, which will translate to reduction in what? 1 kg of fat from your weight or from your body. You understand? So even after, we're going to see the calculations, because if without calculation, you cannot just come and tell me, okay, Umi, please, if you want to lose 1,000, if you want to lose 1 kg weekly, you should be taking 2,000 calories daily. You can't just come and tell me that. You have to what? Calculate it based on your age, weight, height, and activity level. So now to calculate this, you use, let's move to the next slide. Let's move to the next slide. Okay, so to do the to create your calorie deficit, you have to what? Calculate your maintenance calorie. Yes, you have to get the calories you need to create energy balance from what we've explained previously. You understand? You have to get the figures which will be what? Which will translate into your input being equal to your what? Output. And how do you do that? It's using a formula. We have different formulas, but this is the commonest one you use. Let's move to the next slide. That is, you use the Mifflin-Sergel equation to determine your what? BMR. That is the basal metabolic rate. And this, what is this basal metabolic rate? We've said it over again. It is the rate at which your body uses energy while at rest to maintain what? Your normal physiological processes. The next slide. So what is this formula? Remember, when I was listing the parameters, I talk about age and I talk about sex. So the formula is for males is different from that of female. At the end of the formula, there is a particular thing that differentiates it. So you should what? You should pay attention. For males, if you are calculating the BMR, you are going to use this formula: 10 times weight in kg plus 6.25 times height in centimeter minus 5 times age, your age in years, not in months or weeks, in years. Then plus what? Plus 5. Plus 5. This last figure, this plus 5, is what differentiates the formula you use in calculating male BMR from that of females. So let's move to the next slide. For females, it's the same thing, but it's at the figure, the last figure, that that is where the difference arises. So it is 10 times weight in kg, just like that of male, plus 6.25 times height in centimeter, the same thing with that of male, minus 5 times age in years, the same thing with that of males, but what? Minus 161 for ladies. For females. For males, it is what? Plus 5. You understand? So after getting this, your BMR, maybe after calculating, our BMR was 1,800. That is not the end. 1,800 is not your maintenance calories. You understand? It's not your what? Maintenance calories. So to get your final result is what? Is to multiply your result, that is the result of BMR you've gotten, by what? Scale factor of activity level. What are these scale factor of activity levels? They are factors that tells the level of your activity. You understand? If you are sedentary, you multiply your result by 1.2. If you are lightly active, you multiply your result by 1.375. If you are moderately active, you multiply the result by 1.55. And if you are what? Active, you multiply the result by 1.725. If you are very active, you multiply the result by what? 1.99. You understand? So from this, then you get your final maintenance calories. Maybe if from the BMR we got 1,800, after multiplication we now got the result was 2,000 calories. So that 2,000 calories is what? Is your maintenance calories. Yes. What is this your maintenance calories? It is your what? Calories that you what? Create energy balance. If you keep taking the 2,000 calories at your present weight and present age and present level of activity, you will not lose weight and you will not add weight. You understand? You will be the same throughout that year. Throughout that year, you will be the same. You understand? But what? You will keep, it's very important that this particular figure, you keep what? Re-evaluating it as what? The weight drops. And usually you evaluate it after what? A reduction, a 10% reduction in your total body weight, provided the age remain the same. You understand? If after using, if you start using the value you've gotten, and you start losing your weight, when you lose 10% of your total body weight, then you recalculate this value. You understand? You still use the same formula, recalculate your BMR. Then if you've increased your activity level, you now change the figure you use in multiplication the first time. So you now change, the value will definitely change. Because if after 10% reduction in your body weight, you still use the same calories, you reach a point where you stop losing weight. Because instead of you to be creating that shortage, it will be that you are creating what? Balance. So you will just what? Stay at that particular weight. And if you continue using that same particular calories and your age increase without change in your weight, you start what? Adding weight. Because of what? Your age has changed. And I told you that the higher your age, the lower calories you need. So having gotten your value, then you now decide, do you want to do it fast? That is 1 kg per week, or you just want to take it slowly? You are not in a haste. That is 0.5 kg. So if your aim is to start with 1 kg per week, you will not start, maybe after you've gotten 2,000 calories, you will not just go and start eating 1,000 calories because I want to create 1,000 calorie deficit. You will not be able to sustain it because your body will not take it. It's too much. You start gradually. Maybe you start by reducing what? 500 calories. As you move through the first week, second week, you now move to what? To 800 calories. You understand? Then gradually, you now what? Increase your physical activity. You should also note that from researches, it is well established that for ladies, you should not go below 1,200 calories. If not, you may be what? You may come up with nutritional deficiency. So even if your maintenance calories is 2,000 calories, you need to what? You need to lose, you want to be losing 1 kg weekly. You should reduce 800 calories from your diet. Then the remaining 200 calories, your exercise, your physical activity will take care of that. You understand? Then for meals, it should not be what? Above 1,000. It should not be below 1,500 calories. No matter the amount of kg you want to lose, don't go below 1,500 calories. Don't eat less than 1,500 calories. If that is not your target, your exercise and other physical activity will take care of that. So now, next slide. So after your calculation, next slide. Next slide. Hello, sir. Let's move to the next slide. Thank you. So now, okay, you've now gotten the calories you need to lose weight. I need to be taking 1,200 calories. So now, if I'm to be taking 1,200 calories, can I take it at a sitting? Maybe I will decide I'm going to just take this 1,200 calories at a sitting, at one meal. I'll be doing 1 meal per day. There is a particular form of diet that is called OMAD, 1 meal per day. Because some people will be thinking, Kai, I cannot just eat a small meal and be satisfied. So the only thing I can do is let me just finish my calories at once. It is not healthy and it is not advisable. What is advisable is you should what? Divide or spread your calories around 2 to 3 meals per day. 1 meal per day is not healthy. 1 meal per day is not healthy. Are you people seeing the slide?
No.
What about now? Are you seeing it?
It's back now.
Okay. So you have to spread your calories across 2 to 3 meals. You understand? It's not healthy to just decide I can't eat 1 meal and just be okay. I can't eat a small meal and be okay. How will I divide 1,200 calories into 3 meals or 2 meals? It's better for me to just eat at once and live till the following day. It's not healthy. You have to spread the calories across 2 or 3 meals. You understand? For example, if we from your calories, you are to be taking 1,500 calories per day. So you can decide whether to take, if you are okay with 2 meals, it's okay. You take your breakfast and take a late lunch/dinner. You understand? And if you've decided to take 2 meals, what you will do is you will now decide which meal did I want one meal to be heavier than the other one. You may decide, okay, I want the breakfast to be very heavy because I need a lot of energy to carry out my early morning activities. So you may decide, okay, I'm going to take 800 calorie breakfast. You understand? How do you know the calories you take is from what? You just Google, or if you still need the document, I'll provide it at the end of the class. I'll provide it. If, for example, your breakfast, you decide to take, okay, I'm going to take bread and tea with egg. So you can decide, okay, if I'm to work with 800 calories for my breakfast, how many slices of bread will I take? How many eggs will I take? Am I going to use sachet milk or Milo? Okay? You just put put all what you want to take at the table and do a rough estimate. If you feel like you can write, if you don't feel like, you can just do it by heart. You understand? A slice of bread, if it is a big one, it's 100 calories, while the medium one, it's what, 80 calories. So if you decide to take 5 slices of bread, you've taken 500 calories. So maybe you reduce it. You say, okay, let me just take 3 slices of bread and 2 eggs. 1 egg is 75 calories. When you decide to take 2 eggs, it's what? 150 calories. So you add 150 calories to the calories of the bread. So if it is a milk, depending on the milk you want to use. If it is sachet milk, almost all milks, the calories is written there. So from the sachet, you can know the calories. So you add it up to that of the bread and the egg. You understand? It's not hard. When you do it from time to time, it becomes part of you. And it may not be necessary that at every sitting you must do it. If you have time, maybe you are not in a haste, you can decide, okay, since tomorrow is Sunday, I'm not going to office. Maybe today I will try and know the calories of what I will take for my breakfast. If you want, if you like, you can even decide to do it before the time of the meal. You understand? So likewise, your lunch, likewise your dinner, if you decide to take 3 meals per day. So you divide the calories across the meal. If it is 1.5, maybe 800 for your breakfast, 700 for your late lunch/dinner. If you must take 3 meals per day, okay, 400 for my breakfast, 600 600 for my lunch. Then if it is 1.5, another 600 for my dinner. So in essence, what I'm trying to tell you is that don't take all the calories at a sitting. Spread it across your meals. And from the next slide, you are going to see an example. An example is written there for you. This particular client, her breakfast, she took 1 cup of sweet potato, which is 175 calories. She took 1.5 cup of cucumber, 2 eggs, 150 calories, 1 cup of melon, 50 calories, totaling her breakfast total of 399 calories. Then for her lunch, 1 moi moi, 175 calories, half cup of cabbage, 3.5 calories, 1 cup of watermelon, 50 calories, total of 228.5 calories. Then her dinner, she took 3 medium grilled chicken, 390 calories, part of chicken. Yes, not a whole chicken. 3 medium part grilled chicken, 390 calories. 2 cups of lettuce, 10 calories. Then her tea, probably no sugar, no, maybe only the tea bags, 2 calories. A total of 402 calories. So her grand total was 1,029 calories. And this particular client, it's my client. The calories she needs to lose the weight is 1,200 calories. But what she ate this particular day, she estimated it to 1,029 calories. Remember, this is rough estimate. If I'm to re-estimate it for her, maybe it will reach like 1,300 calories. So usually we always underestimate. You understand? A client or any person that want to estimate his or her own calories should be very careful not to be selfish in such a way that the overestimation will be too much. So this 1,029 calories, it's okay, because I'm sure if there will be re-estimation, it will amount to 1,200 calories. So this is just an example. So another thing I need to state here is that what should be the composition of the diet, of the meals? I've already stated it earlier on. It should be what? Healthy carbohydrates. And I've already mentioned what healthy carbohydrates are. That is our what? our whole grains, our fruits, and our vegetables. Then it should be what? Lean proteins. I've given you example of lean proteins. Also, you should what? Take healthy or low fat. You understand? These things I've mentioned should be what? The composition of this diet, of this meal you are trying to split across your diet. Because you can create calorie deficit with unhealthy food. And the implication is that you will what? You will definitely lose weight, but with accompanied with what? Nutritional deficiency. So if you do it for a long period of time, you may end up with some health issues, and that is what we are trying to prevent. So please, while creating the calorie deficit, make sure the components of the balanced diet should be what? Healthy components. So let's go to the next slide. So what we've been explaining is one method of achieving calorie deficit through what? Calorie estimation. All what I've explained, the calculation we did, you understand? The components we mentioned, the splitting of the meals across the calories across your meals. All these are one is one method of what? Of creating the what? Calorie, of creating the calorie deficit. So the second method is the easiest method, though not giving real result. You understand? It may give you result, but the result may not be accurate, but it's easier than this calorie estimation method. That is the what? The plate method, or rather portion control. So what is this plate method? From what you can see, this plate method is simply using plate to estimate the portion of the food you eat. You know that we have different sizes of plate. We have the 12 inches plate, we have the 9 inches plate, we have the 8 inches plate. In olden days, we normally use the 8 inches plate to eat. But nowadays, the sizes of our plates, what? Is bigger than the one used in olden days. Nowadays, you see 12 inches plate. Maybe we can even see the one that is more than 12 inches. But I'm very sure most of the plates we take as normal in our houses usually is the 12 inches plate. Even if you use a plate that is not as big as 12 inches, but you are adding weight, it simply means that plate, the portion of the food you use that place to eat, is what? Above your body requirement. You understand? It's above your body requirement. It's creating what? It's creating calorie surplus. It is creating positive energy balance instead of it to create what? Either energy balance if you want to maintain your weight, or negative energy balance if you want to lose your weight. So if you are the one doing it, or you are doing it for your client, if you felt your client cannot comply with the calorie estimation method, you ask your client to bring his or her plate, or to show you, even if it is through phone. You understand? Even if it is online, your client should show you. Even if to you that plate is okay, provided the client is adding weight, advise the client to change that plate to a smaller one. Likewise, the cup the client used in taking his or her cereals should be changed from that particular one to a smaller version. Changing your plate to a smaller version will help you to control your portion. It will help you to reduce your portion. And when you reduce the portion of the food you eat, what will happen is that you will definitely create calorie deficit. So, is it only changing the plate? Won't you change the composition of the plate? you are going to change what you put in the plate. Let's move to the next slide. The next slide. So you are going to use an imaginary line on your plate. You understand? You will use an imaginary line to determine percentage of your plate. Let's take the whole plate to be 100%. The change one, the smaller version of the one you've been using. So what you will do is 45% of the plate should what? Should compose of what? Vegetables. Yes, you should put your vegetables there. 45% of your plate. 5% of your plate, you should put your what? Fruits. You understand? 25% of your plate should be what? Whole grains, your healthy carbohydrates. And 25% of the plate should be what? Should contain your protein. And there is no way you cook your food without what? Without healthy fat, but you should what? Minimize it. These are the major things you should take note of. Use an imaginary line to draw this percentage on your plate. 45% should be vegetables, 5% fruit, 25% carbohydrate, 25% proteins. So this is what you would include in your plates. So only changing the size of the plate only will not give you what you need. You have to change the composition of the plate. You have to change what you combine in your diet. So now let's go to the next slide. So we are done with what? Creating calorie deficit or creating negative energy balance using two methods. The calorie estimation method, where we did the calculation and everything, and the plate method or the portion control method. So now, what is the next component of sustainable healthy weight loss? The next component of sustainable healthy weight loss is what? Regular physical activity. So incorporating regular physical activity into your routine is what? Another essential part of this sustainable weight loss. There is no healthy weight loss without exercise. I repeat, there is no healthy weight loss without exercise. If you should lose weight, if you decide to only take care of your diet to lose the weight, you are going to get what you want, but you will reach a stage whereby instead of getting more benefit, you will start getting what? Health issues. Because not only fat will be breaking down, even your muscles will be breaking down, because there is nothing, you are doing nothing to what? To build more muscles. You understand? You are doing nothing to build more muscle. So your body will be breaking fat. When the restriction is too low, it will start breaking muscles. And when your muscles are being broken down, a lot of problems will occur. The easiest, the simplest one is what? It will slow down your metabolism. And if you slow down your metabolism, a lot of problem. You will not lose weight. You stop losing weight. Or even if you lose it, it will be very, very, very slowly. You understand? So exercise not only burns calories, it has other benefits attached to it. It boosts your metabolism, it builds muscles, and it's what? It improves your cardiovascular health. And I've already said it earlier on. We all know, almost all of us here are physiotherapists, and that is what people that are out of our profession usually describe us with, or identify us with: exercise, exercise, exercise. So we know more to exercise than what I'll be telling you now. But the essential form of exercise that what that contributes more to weight loss are usually the cardio exercises and the strengthening exercises. We all know cardio exercises burns more calories during the act of doing it. At the time of doing it, it burns more calories, you understand? In addition to burning the calories, it improves our heart health and our endurance. While strengthening exercises, that is exercises using weight, whether external or your body weight, does a lot of things. It burns calories, but not as much as cardio exercises at the point of doing it. Sorry. Excuse me, let me take water. Excuse. Sorry, I'm back. So, strengthening exercises, usually what it does is that it burns calories even at rest. You understand? While cardio exercises is during the burning of calories is usually take place during the act of doing the exercise, at the time of doing the exercise. While strengthening exercises, it burns calories at the time of doing it, though not as much as that of cardio exercises, but the benefit extend even at rest. You understand? Even when you are not doing it. So the combination of both, that is cardio exercises and strengthening exercises, will give you what? Maximum result. Next slide. So I've stated earlier on, the strategies to achieve this sustainable weight loss is not only through diet and exercise, though they are the two main things, you understand, they are the two main approach, but there are other healthy habits that fasting this procedure, that fasting the sustainable weight loss and even make it easier. And these are the behavioral change and habit formation. So it include mindful eating. You have to learn how to manage your triggers. And that was why we said not only the measurements. After measuring all the parameters I've mentioned earlier on, another component of this sustainable weight loss is you have to get a mindset that is suitable for weight loss. And what this mindset change does is that it's what transform your habits into healthier ones. Because anyone that keep adding weight, if you assess that particular person critically, you will definitely find out that he or she is associated with unhealthy habits, habit towards diet, habit towards exercise, and other behavioral habits like like emotional eating or binge eating. You understand? Sedentary lifestyle. All these are behaviors that slow down your weight loss. And if you are associated with these behaviors, it will It will not help you in achieving healthy, sustainable weight loss. When we come to talk of this cognitive behavioral therapy for obesity, I'm going to provide you with questionnaires that are used for the assessment, the physical assessment, and even the emotional assessment. So this is just introducing it. So the next habit is is hydration, adequate hydration. A lot of people don't give priority to hydrating their body. Hydration is very, very essential for the smooth running of almost all the physiological processes that are taking place in our body. According to researches, daily, we usually lose about 2.2 to 2.7 liters of water daily without even doing anything. Because you lose water while talking, through respiration, sweating, excretion. So since water is very, very essential, if you don't replace this water, a lot of physiological processes taking place in your body will not be what? Optimal. You understand? So hydration is very, very important. Another benefit of hydration in this weight loss is that it's a very good appetite suppressant. Researches shows that most of individuals, most of people don't differentiate between thirst and hunger. Sometimes you may be feeling that you are hungry, but when you take water and exercise patient and wait for some few minutes, you find out that you no longer feel that hunger. So it's not a physical hunger, it's what? A what? Psychological hunger. So it is very, very important to take what? Adequate hydration. And usually this ranges from 8 glasses to 2.7 to 3.7 liters of water per day. However, this value is not fixed. It can be increased or maintained based on certain factors like activity level. If your activity level is increased, you have to what? Increase your water intake. If maybe if before you increase your activity level, you are taking 2 liters of water daily. If you increase your activity level, try as much as you can to increase it, even if it is by 0.5 liters. Then the climate, the hotter or the harsh the climate, the more water you need. So you should take this into consideration. Pregnancy and breastfeeding. Pregnancy and breastfeeding is a condition whereby a lot of things, a lot of nutritional requirements is what is increased. So the same with hydration. When you are breastfeeding or you are pregnant, you need to what? Increase your hydration and other health conditions that may warrant this. So the next slide. Let's move to the next slide. No, okay, the slide before this. The slide before this. Excellent, it's okay. So the last component of this sustainable weight loss is what? Sleep. Adequate quality night sleep. Why I emphasize night sleep is because night sleep is very, very, very essential. Because when you are able to get adequate quality night sleep, certain hormones becomes adequate in your body, like the what? Leptin. And this leptin, it has many functions, but the function of this leptin with regard to your weight is that it is termed the weight loss hormone. Yes, leptin is termed the weight loss hormone. And the peak secretion of this leptin is usually at night. You understand? At night when you are at sleep. So when you have quality adequate night sleep, you are going to have enough leptin to take you throughout the following day. So what it does is that it suppresses your appetite. You don't get abnormal appetite or crazy appetite, because you'll be wondering, most at times people that are having issues with weight, you will find out that they do have a high appetite. Their appetite is usually increased. You'll be wondering, most of them, if you ask them, they are not hungry, but they just feel like taking something. You understand? So this feeling usually it's increased when that particular client don't get enough night sleep. Because when you don't get enough night sleep, your leptin, the weight loss hormone level, will not be enough. It will even be lower than normal. So definitely your appetite will increase. And when you have an increased appetite, you will what? It will lead you to eat more than your body require. And if you eat more than you require, creating surpluses, it will lead to weight gain, as the surpluses will be converted into fat and be stored in your body. And when you have adequate night sleep, your ghrelin level will decrease. Ghrelin is what? Is the antagonist of leptin. Ghrelin is what? Appetite stimulator. You understand? So when you don't have enough leptin, you have enough ghrelin. And when you have enough ghrelin or increased ghrelin above normal, your what? Your appetite will what? Definitely increase, and that will lead to what? Increase in the food you take, and it will translate to what? Surplus, which will be converted into fat and be stored in your body. Another thing that happens when you don't have adequate sleep is what? Increased cortisol level. Because when you don't sleep well at night, your body will sense that as what? As stress. And when you are stressed, cortisol will be what? Increase. It will be released. And this cortisol not only take care of the stress, it's what? It further feeds your what? Fat cells. So if your fat cells are being fed well, it will translate to what? Increase in weight. So it's very, very important to what? To you get adequate quality night sleep. Nothing less than 7 hours night sleep daily. So with this, we've come to the end of sustainable weight loss strategies. We've come to the end of sustainable weight loss strategies. Why we take time to explain these sustainable weight loss strategies is because understanding these sustainable weight loss strategies will ease your understanding of cognitive behavioral therapy for obesity. Please, if I may ask question, for those of you that are doing this workshop for the second time, I'm very sure from what we've discussed last year, I'm very sure that some of you might have used some of the strategies, whether on yourself or on your client. How many of you were able to get results? Please, I need you people to talk. How many of you were able to get results using what we've discussed? Or are all of you new here? Please, can you people hear me?
Yes, most of us are new here.
Okay. We don't have any old participants.
Yeah, most of us are new. Most of us are new.
Okay, no problem. So I know now, do we continue or we should have a break before we continue with the cognitive behavioral therapy?
I think we should just continue. So we'll just have the holders at once.
Okay.
Then also, I mean, maybe when we're going backwards, the calculation part you gave us, Ma. Thank you so much for your lectures, actually. The calculation part you gave us, it would be nice to maybe go over it again. Or maybe even possible look at a possible calculation process and let's see how it's been done, because we just have a formula and then there's a lot to process.
Okay, so please, may I know your name?
Daniel.
Okay, Daniel, we are going to use your parameters.
Okay.
Are you with your parameters?
I think I know my weight. I'm not sure of my height, but I think we can work on that.
Okay. So now, please, the person controlling the slide, can you go back to the slide with the formula? Okay, are we there?
Yes. There.
Okay. Are you people with your pen and jotter? So we are going to use it for calculate for. Okay, we are going to calculate for males and we'll now calculate for females. So let me have your parameters. Let me have your weight.
Okay,
We
so
need weight in kg.
yeah,
And
100
what is
kg.
the weight? Sir, come again.
100 kg, ma.
Okay, 100 kg. Okay, your height.
I think 6.10.
6.10 inches or feet? Feet.
That's feet. That's feet.
Okay, so then please someone should convert, just you can use your Google and convert 6.0 feet to centimeter. Someone should do it as we continue taking the parameters. Centimeter. Then your age?
30.
30 years. Then are you active?
Yes. I play football most times.
Sir, what did you say?
Yes, ma. I play football most times.
So where do you place yourself? Are you lightly active or moderately active?
Moderately active.
Okay, so your scale factor of activity is 1.55. So the formula is 10 times weight in kg plus 6.25 times your height in centimeter. Please, have you people convert feet to centimeter? 6.10 feet to centimeter. Someone should do it for us.
Yes.
Okay, what's the result?
The answer is 185.32 centimeters.
185. Let's approximate it. Is it 185?
Yes.
Okay. So 6.25.
185.93 centimeters.
Okay, to the nearest whole number, it will be 186.
Yes, 186.
Right?
Yep.
Okay, 186 centimeter. So 10 times weight plus 6.25 times 186. You close the bracket, then minus, open another bracket, 5 times, instead 30 years. 30. Then what? He's a male, not female. So it will be what? Plus 5.
Yes. So ma, if I
Have you
get you now,
already
that's
seen it done?
if I get you, ma, that's 10 times 100 kg. That's close the bracket plus open a bracket again 6.25 times
Open another bracket.
6 points. That's plus 6.25 times 1.86. Close the bracket.
No, the height. No, excuse me. The height is in centimeter, not in meters. So it will be
Yes,
186.
yes, that's 1.86.
No, not 1.86. 1.86 meters. We want it in centimeters. So it will be 186 centimeters.
Oh, 186. Okay. I get now.
Yes, yes. It
Okay,
should
so
be in
186
centimeter, not the
centimeters.
meters.
Yes. Yeah.
You close
186
the
centimeters.
bracket.
Then minus,
Yes.
open the bracket 5 times 30. Close
Excellent.
the bracket plus 5.
Excellent. So let's calculate what is inside the bracket. 10 times 100 will give us 1,000.
Certainly.
6.25 times 186 will give us what?
On it.
Sir?
1,162.5.
1,162.
0.5.
62.5. Then minus 5 times 30 will give us what?
150.
150. Then plus 5. Let's do the addition, then the subtraction.
The plus 5 is outside already.
Yeah?
I said the +5 is outside, ma.
Yes, if you open the bracket, it's +5, not ×5. Did you get me?
Oh, okay. So
Did you
that'll
get
be
me?
that'll be 155.
Excellent, excellent. So 1000 plus 1162.5 minus 155. So someone should tell us the answer.
Okay, so let me just do that.
Okay, do it.
So 1000 plus 1162.5 minus 155. So that's
Excellent.
2007.5.
2007.5. So I think let's approximate it to the nearest whole number. So it will be
Yeah, that would be
2008.
2008.
2008 calories. But this is not the final answer. Remember, we are going to multiply it with your what? Scale factor of activity level. So it will be 2000 times 1.55. So what is the result?
Okay, hold on, please.
Okay.
1.55. So that's 3112.4.
3112.4.
Yes, ma'am.
To the nearest whole number, it will be 3100
112.
calories. Excellent. So these calories is your what? Maintenance calories. That is your energy balance. If you eat 3112 calories daily at your present age and present level of activity, you will not lose weight and you will not add weight. You will be the same. You will be the same 100 kg, provided your age remain constant and your weight remain constant. Did you get me? So now, the thing is that we want you to lose weight. Is that not so?
Yes, ma'am.
So if we want you to lose weight, then we have to reduce these calories you are taking. We have to create calorie shortage or calorie deficit. From what I've explained earlier on, it is only through the creation of calorie deficit that you will lose weight. And what happens is that when you reduce your calories, okay, your maintenance calories is 3112 calories. So now we want you to lose 1 kg, highest kg weekly. You understand? We want you to lose 1 kg, sustainable weight loss, 1 kg per week. If we want you to lose 1 kg per week, we have to create 7,000 calorie deficit. We have to create, note this down, we have to create 7,000 calories deficit. Is it in a day? No. In a week. Note this, in a week. From researches, the healthy figure to lose in a week ranges from 0.5 to 1 kg per week. 0.5 to 1 kg per week. And for you to lose 1 kg, you have to create calorie deficit of 7,000 calorie deficit or 7,000 calorie shortage. If you should get 1 kilogram of fat and weigh it on weighing scale, it's equivalent to 7 calories. Did you get me? Hello, are you people with me?
Yes, I'm with you, ma.
Are you getting me?
Yes, I'm with you, ma. You stop that. You have to create 7,000 calorie deficit, which will be only for a week.
Yes. So if we want to get 7,000 calories in a week, and the highest calories, since your maintenance calories is 3,112.
Yes.
And I said, when I was explaining, I said for meals, if you want to create calorie shortage, you must not go below 1,500 calories.
Yes, yes. That's
Did
right.
you note this down?
Yes, yes, yes. And for the women, it's 1,000.
Another thing I want you to note down is, from your own calculation, your maintenance calories is 3,112 calories. And if we want you to lose 1 kg per week, we need you to reduce 1 calorie daily from these calories we've gotten. We need you to be taking 3,112 minus 1,000 calories daily. Did you get me?
Yes, ma'am.
So 3,112 calories minus 1,000 calories, how many calories will it give us? It will give us 2,112 calories.
12. Yes, ma'am.
Are you with me?
Yes, ma'am.
So since 2,112 calories is not below 1,500 calories, so I'll allow you to be taking 2,112 calories daily. Since at the end of the week, I will get my 7,000 calories shortage. Did you get me?
Oh, okay. Okay.
No, if you are not clear, I will come again.
So I think I understand. We have 3,112. On a daily basis, we have to minus 1,000 calories. In 7 days, that will be 7,000 calories. So it means that we're multiplying 3,112 multiplied by 7 minus 7,000 calories in a week.
No. Let me come again.
Okay.
Let me come again. Okay. Let's recall energy system. When I started this class, I said for you to understand the science behind weight loss, you have to understand our energy system. That is what I said. Go.
Yes, ma'am.
So our energy system is made up of how many components?
Hold on.
It's made up of 2 components.
2 components, okay, yeah.
Yes, broadly, basically, it's made up of 2 components. You understand? And these 2 components is what? Energy input. Excellent. What is the energy input? If I should ask you to explain energy input, what will you say?
The amount of energy an individual consumes through food or drinks.
Excellent. What about energy output?
The individual activity, the individual activity the body does with the person.
Excellent. That is the energy you spend. Is that not so?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let me. So now, this energy expenditure, that is what you spend, the amount of energy you use up. I said it has 3 components.
Yes, rest, stomach, and activity energy expenditure.
Excellent. The 3 components, the first one is resting energy expenditure. The energy that is used up in our body during physiological processes like respiration, heart functions, excretion, etc. Then the second component of energy output is what? Thermic effect of food. That is the energy our body uses up during digestion of food, absorption of nutrients, transport of nutrients, and absorption of nutrients. All the things that has to do with digestion. So that is the second component of our energy output. Are you with me?
I'm with you, ma'am.
Yes. Then the third component of energy output is what? Activity
energy expenditure.
Excellent. So now, our energy system is what? Energy input is equal to energy output. That is our energy system. Is that not so?
Yes,
So
ma'am.
this energy system this energy system can change in 3 ways. You understand? The first change that can affect this energy system is what? Negative energy balance. The negative energy balance is what? Is when our energy intake is what?
It's less than the energy output. Energy expenditure.
Excellent. Maybe let's use figures to give this example. Negative energy balance. For example, our input is 1,500. Then our output is 2,000. So what did we create? Did we create the negative energy balance?
Yes, ma'am.
Excellent. So now here we have negative energy balance. Our input is less than our output.
Mm-hmm.
So the second change that can affect our energy system is what? Energy balance. Yes. The scenario of energy balance is, for example, our input is 2,000 and our output is 2,000. This is what? Energy balance. Are you with me?
Yes, ma'am, with you, ma'am.
And the third change that can affect the third change that can affect our energy system is what? Positive energy balance. In positive energy balance, our input is 3,000. For example, then our output is what? 2,000. That is, our input is above our output. Are you people with me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
So now, okay, the first change here, the negative energy balance, where our input is less than our output. Here, this is the scenario of weight loss. This is scenario of weight loss because what you are giving your body is not enough to take care of the energy your body is using. Your body is using 2,000 calories and you are giving your body 1,500 calories. You are getting 1,500 calories from what you are eating. So you are not doing justice to your body. You are just stressing your body. Just a way of you to understand. You are giving your body shortage. Your body needs 2,000 to take care of the energy expenditure. And you are giving your body 1,500 calories. So what you are taking is less than what your body needs. So definitely your body will look for a way to balance this shortage. Are you getting me?
Yes, ma'am. With you.
So how will your body balance this shortage? Is by mobilizing fat from your fat stores. Whenever you are overweight or obese, it simply means that you have fat in your fat stores. So whenever there is shortage of food in your body, your body will know is that it will mobilize fat from your head. Or to be balancing the shortage you are creating, you will be losing weight. Did you get me?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you sure you are clear?
Yes. We're good, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
So this is the science of weight loss. So this will now take us to our calculation. I know what you'll be thinking now is that, okay, now, if I want to lose weight, I have to create calorie shortage. If I did not know my calorie allowance, how will I create the calorie shortage? So the way to create the calorie shortage is for you to calculate your calorie allowance, your energy balance, your maintenance calories, the calories your body needs. if you know what your body needs, then you will reduce some calories from what your body needs, thereby creating the calorie shortage. So if you create that calorie shortage, your body will just be mobilizing fat from your fat stock, converting it into energy to balance the shortage. So over time, if you are reducing 1,000 calories from your maintenance calories, sorry, excuse me.
Sorry, ma.
Sorry, ma.
Thank you. Sorry. Excuse me. Okay. If you are creating 1,000 calories from what your body needs, from your maintenance calories, if you should consistently reduce the 1,000 calories over 7 days, you will be left with, you will save 7,000 calories deficit. That means you succeed in creating 7,000 calories shortage. From our calculation, your maintenance calorie is 3,112 calories.
Yes, ma'am.
If every day you'll be eating 3,112 calories, you will maintain your 100 kg at your present age. You will not lose weight, you will not add weight, because your body needs 3,112 calories, and that is what you've given that's what you've been giving your body.
On your uncle that enter, go cold. What about enter?
Are you getting me?
I'm with you, ma.
So now we want you to lose weight. We want you to lose 1 kg weekly. So that means you have to eat 1,000 calories lower than your required calorie. So your required or maintenance calories from our calculation is 3,112 calories.
Yes, ma'am.
Since we want you to lose 1 kg per week, every day you will eat 2,112 calories instead of 3,112 calories. So at the end of 7 days, that is 1 week, we are going to get, we have succeeded in creating 7,000 calories surplus, deficit. 7,000 calories deficit. And I assure you, if you do it right, if you weigh yourself at the end of these 7 days, you will be what? You will become 99 kg instead of 100 kg. Because 7,000 calories shortage is equivalent to 1 kg reduction in weight. If you should get 1 kg of fat and weigh it on your weighing scale, it will give you 7,000 calories. Are you clear?
Yes, very clear, ma'am. Very clear.
So alhamdulillah, thank God. So this is how, alhamdulillah. So this is how you will lose weight. This is the only way you will reduce weight. By what? Creating calorie deficit. And our aim is to get sustainable healthy weight loss. And to get sustainable healthy weight loss is what? Is when you get realistic reduction. And that realistic reduction ranges from 0.5 to what? To 1 kg per week. You understand?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Excellent, excellent. So, and if you could recall, when I was explaining, I said for meals, you should not take anything less than 1,500 calories.
Yes, 1.5.
lucky. We are lucky. Your calories after our subtraction of 1,000 calories is 2,112 calories. So it's okay. You can be on 2,112 calories daily. But remember what I said. Yes, remember what I said. You should not do it at once. You should not start it at once, because whatever you do to your body, it will react. So you should do it gradually for your body to adopt. You understand? Because sometimes when you reduce your calorie intake, there are signs, there are things you experience, like dizziness, weakness. You understand? So that is why if you want to minimize the side effect, we are going to start with like reduction of 500 calories daily. After like a week or 5 days, then you now increase it to 700 calories. After some days or some weeks, you now move to 1,000 calories. Did you get me?
Yes, ma'am. Get you.
Excellent. And another
Yes,
thing
ma'am.
another thing I want you to put at the not back of your mind, at the front of your mind, is that you are going to what? Reevaluate your calculation after a reduction of 10% of your body weight. After reevaluating, I'm very sure your calorie need will reduce. So if your calorie need reduce, you will now reduce maybe from 2,000 calories daily, you will now go to 1,500 calories daily. Hope you people are getting me.
Yes, ma'am.
So now you've known your calories, you've known the calorie you need to lose weight. How do you implement it? Is another thing I know you'll be asking yourself. Okay, these are figures and they are telling me to use food to create this calorie. How do I go about it? I mentioned earlier on that a lot of researches have been done, and almost the calories of all the food you eat is established. You understand? After this class, I'm going to send a document where you will see the calories of the commonest food you eat. Like what is the calories of 1 cup of cooked rice? What is the calories of 1 cup of cooked pasta? What is the calories of a small pack of Indomie? What is the calories of a match size of meat? What is the calories of 1 tablespoon of sugar? You are going to see a lot of calories. The calories that are not there that you want to know, you should just browse, just Google it, you will get it. You understand? So over time, it's not something that you will learn in a week or a month. This is something you learn over time. If you say you are going to learn it in a day or a week, it's going to be boring and you'll be tired. So what I advise my client is, you know what you normally take for breakfast, you know what you normally take for lunch, you know what you normally take for your snacks. Write it down. Get your jotter. Get your jotter so that you use it as food diary. Today I'm going to take tea and bread with 2 boiled eggs. What is the calorie of 1 slice of bread? Is this bread a small one? If it's a small one, 1 slice is 80 calories. If it is a bigger one, is 100 calories. Okay, I'm going to take 3 calories, 3 slices of bread. That 3 slices of bread is amounting to 300 calories. You note it down. So I'm going to take 2 boiled eggs or 2 fried eggs. If it is 2 boiled eggs, 1 egg is 75 calories. If you are taking 2 boiled eggs, it's just 150 calories. Since you did not add anything, you just boiled it. But if you are taking fried egg, while frying it, if you are the one to fry the egg, tell them to use maybe half teaspoon of oil while frying it for you. If it is someone else that if you are the one doing it yourself, you note the amount of oil you use in frying it. Because I told you everything has calories, only water and salt. So 1 tablespoon of oil is 120 calories. 1 tablespoon of oil, it's more than the calories of 1 cooked egg. If you should take 1 tablespoon of oil, it will not satisfy you. Maybe if you take 1 boiled egg, you may reduce your hunger pang. Is that not so?
Roma.
But 1 tablespoon of oil, if you should just take it, it won't do anything. It won't do anything to your hunger. Is that not so?
Yes, ma'am.
So that is why we always emphasize that you should limit the intake of oils, whether it is healthy oil or unhealthy oil, because it has a very high calorie. So let's say I use half teaspoon of oil in frying my egg. Half teaspoon of oil is 60 calories. You understand? Then maybe I put 1 tablespoon of onion. I diced onion and measured 1 tablespoon of onion, maybe 1 tablespoon of tomatoes. The document I'm going to give you, it contains the calories of all these things I'm mentioning. So 1 tablespoon of tomato, let's say, is 2 calories. 1 tablespoon of onion, let's say, is 2 calories. You understand? Then I now say, okay, I will take my tea, just spicy tea with 1 tablespoon of sugar. 1 tablespoon of sugar is 32 calories. Are you with me?
Yes, ma'am.
So I'll now total the calories. 300 plus 150 is giving me 450 calories. Plus 60 calories is giving me 510. Plus 4, 514. Plus 32, 546. 546. So your breakfast containing 3 slices of bread, 2 eggs, 2 fried eggs, using half teaspoon of oil, a cup of plain tea with 1 tablespoon of sugar is giving me 546 calories. This is your first learning. So you are going to write it down in your food diary. So anytime I'm having breakfast that I want to just stay within 546 calories, I'll just take 3 slices of bread, 2 eggs, and a cup of plain tea with 1 tablespoon of sugar. You are done with that. Even if you are taking your breakfast not at home, you are taking it somewhere else, you can tell them what you want. Give me 3 slices of bread with 2 fried eggs. But while frying the eggs, please put half teaspoon of oil. Are you getting me?
Yes, ma'am. This one looks more demanding, though.
But that is what gives you accurate results. If you are going to use calorie estimation, if you are doing it right, I'm telling you, at the end of each week, when you weigh yourself, you are going to see a reduction in 1 kg. So if this is more demanding and it takes longer time before you fully implement it, the easiest way is using the plate method. That is the portion control. Are you getting me?
Yes, ma'am.
So the portion control is using your plates. The plate you are using right now at home is giving you more than your body require. So after this workshop, change your plate to a smaller version of the one you are using.
So, yes, ma'am.
Also change your cup to a smaller version of what you are using. So after changing the plate, what are you going to do next? Is to change the composition of the plate, what you normally put inside your plate. The food should be what? Balanced. It's not only portioning that matters, but balancing of the food matters. How do you balance your meal? Using the plate method is to use an imaginary line. You should assume that your new plate is 100%. So 45% of your plate should be an imaginary 40, should compose of vegetables. That is 45% of the plate you've changed. You should fill it up with vegetables of your choice. It can be lettuce, it can be cabbage, it can be spinach, it can be cucumber and tomatoes, it can be broccoli, it can be cauliflower, it can be ugu, it can be water leaf. any vegetable of your choice. Are you with me?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Then the 5% you should take fruit of choice. Maybe a small size orange, one banana or an apple. You understand? Or a cup of watermelon. Then the remaining 50%, 25% should be your carbohydrate. It should be your rice or your pasta or your swallow or your yam or your sweet potato or your beans. Then the remaining 25% should be protein. This protein can be your egg, it can be your fish, it can be your lean meat, it can be a part of the chicken. So with this, you've gotten what? A portioned and balanced plate. And I assure you, if the size of the plate is smaller than the one you are used to now, you will definitely lose weight. You will definitely create calorie deficit, and creating this calorie deficit will translate to what? Losing your kgs. Are you getting me?
Yes, ma'am.
Excellent. So when we next week, God's willing, next week, we are going to see how we'll calculate the calories we burn during exercise. When we dive deep into cognitive behavioral therapy, you are going to know the amount of steps you need to lose the calories you want. Because I've already mentioned that it's combination of food and exercise that give you required results. Are you clear now?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Excellent, excellent. So I think we need break to pray and stretch our leg. But before then, let me introduce what we are going to start with after the break. We are going to start with cognitive behavioral therapy. Cognitive behavioral therapy for obesity. If I've been working with clients for, I think now close to 4 years now, losing weight. So the traditional approach towards weight loss is what we've just explained. That is taking care of your diet and taking care of your what? Your physical activity in addition to your sleep and hydration. If you take this approach, definitely your patient or your client will lose weight, or you yourself, you will lose weight. But there is one problem associated with this. That one problem is what? Sustainability. Sustainability. Most at times, you will start well motivated, fully inspired that you really want to lose this weight, you are going to lose this weight. But as you move on, if care is not taken, you become off track. You get tired and stop doing it. You get tired and you stop doing it. So our aim is not for us to get brief reduction in weight. We want to lose weight and maintain it for a long period of time. You understand? So the only way to do this, the only way to lose weight and maintain it for a long period of time is what? Employing technique of behavioral therapy.
That's what she wants. She does what she wants. Go to the me and say, not at later. She's in control.
Okay, so what you need now, what we want and what we are working towards is for you to lose weight and maintain it for a long period of time. This is where cognitive behavioral therapy comes into play, because cognitive behavioral therapy for obesity is a personalized approach to weight loss that involve a form of psychotherapy that focuses on identifying and changing negative thought patterns and behaviors that contribute to weight gain and weight loss. You understand? I said it earlier on that our thoughts feeds our body the same way our food feeds or fuel our body. You have negative thoughts or you have negative behavioral habits, even if you lose the weight, you are not going to maintain it for a long period of time. So that is why cognitive behavioral therapy is very, very important. It's approach that make use of essential tools, essential skills that will help you to maintain this weight loss over a long period of time. So I can't wait to start it with you after the break, inshallah. We need to rest. We need to go and pray and come back. So, are you people okay? Let's go and pray.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so please, from what we've discussed earlier on, you people should note all your questions. So we'll see whether to start with questions regarding what we've discussed or we'll leave till the end of the second part.
When should we be resuming at 2?
So I don't know, sir, what you people decide. If you decide we'll come back by 2, we'll come back by 2.
Okay. 1 hour break. I think it's okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, Nia. I think it's okay, Nia. I have to say that. I think we're late. Okay, Imaro. Last time, Obia, Yana Papia, Western, I know, guys. I from Valencia. So, my movie. Even you guys, Papia, I have some my phone. We will tell you, I can oh. Because one of the things in Nigeria, when I Papa Sally and Kata, you know, Papa and Kata, on Abba. The other time, on our more. So I'm gonna go and take you talk to her. Talk to her. Come on the about. In fact, that day I was impressed. I think, oh, in my belief. Okay, I think they come. Let's go. People here is here, no. Oh, Diego. One only I see him, but I'm one mother Malin getting why he had a okay for you, eh? Obu aka ikere ihe kpata nji ekube nkwu asị na di ya na ọ bụ na uche na-adị ya n'aka isi a na uche na-adị ya ọsịa kom o wee setịalị aka nsị ya mba onye a nọ nso ọ nọ nso ọnwa onye ọya bụ ịma na ọnọdụ nso n'ifu na akọ bụ ajọs na-eme terapi ihe a na-echezi taịm onye a nọ nso Nneka adịrọ employable mana people jide Nneka bịa fụ sọ mma naanị ka ọ na-echeta ọnụ ya o buru sọ mma ozugbo ọlụba sọ mma ọ bịakwa mgbe ọsị isi nwaanyị ya na ya na-abụ naanị ebe a na ọsọ mma sọ mma ma akwa m mgbe ahụ mmadụ afụzi I'm telling you. Somebody that will talk. Ọ bụ na ọ mere otu a ị na-agba ya aka n'azụ a Chuma na-abịa
Let's multi-percent. So are we starting now?
We are ready, ma'am.
Okay. So good day, everyone, and welcome back.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being with us, ma'am.
Okay. So now, this is the second part of today's session. That is, we are going to start with cognitive behavioral therapy for obesity. So the morning session, we've discussed about sustainable weight loss. We've done a lot about sustainable weight loss, the approach to use for sustainable weight loss. So now, I know you'll be wondering, why are we discussing about another method of weight loss? That is cognitive behavioral therapy. Since we've already finished discussing about the weight loss, and you believe that what we've discussed is true, is real, that when you follow that approach, you are going to lose weight. But the weight, will it be sustainable? For how long do you think you can sustain the lost weight? You understand, the weight, the kgs you've lost, for how long will you maintain it? So what we just finished explaining, most at times, maintaining the weight loss is usually harder than losing the weight. You find out that a lot of people will tell you, most especially those battling with weight, they will tell you that, I've done this weight loss several times, but the weight keeps coming back. I keep regaining the weight, sometimes even more than my previous starting weight. So because of this, a lot of researches have been going on about what is the best way to lose weight and maintain the weight. You understand? So researchers now come up with this cognitive behavioral therapy. This cognitive behavioral therapy is not only done to weight loss. There are other behavioral problems like anxiety, depression, mood swings, eating disorders. All these that I've mentioned are behavioral issues. They are behavioral problems. And using cognitive behavioral therapy, a lot of these problems can be solved or have been solved. So that is why some researchers now decided to use cognitive behavioral therapy to treat obesity, since obesity is also a behavioral problem. From all what we've been discussing, habit, lifestyle, all these are behaviors. And we human beings are creatures of habit. Most of the things we do, most of the habits we normally have are routines that we've been doing over time. It will now turn to our habit. So that is why when this technique is used to treat obesity, a long-time sustainable weight loss is usually achieved. You understand? So now, from researches, it is well established that obesity is from interactions of many things, not only one. From interactions of genetics, environmental factors, learned habit. So obesity is usually a lifestyle disease like diabetes. It is a lifestyle disease like diabetes, though genetics, environmental factors play a role in obesity, but it is what? A lifestyle disease like diabetes. Please, next slide. So the traditional method of treating obesity, usually it's allow people to lose the weight, but it's very, very hard for the people to maintain the normal weight. So that is why I said maintaining the weight is usually harder than losing the weight. Fortunately, even a moderate weight loss of 5 to 10%, if maintained over time, reduces most of the physical complication associated with obesity. So the only thing that our traditional approach to weight loss is not addressing is the what? Psychosocial aspect, the psychological aspect, the mental aspect of weight loss. Because you agree with me that all those with weight, if you assess them, which as we move on, I'm going to provide you with some questionnaires that are usually used to assess the mental level of each client you want to engage with this word, cognitive behavioral therapy. So now, since we've agreed that our traditional method of weight loss find it difficult to make us maintain the lost weight, now what is the way forward? The way forward is what? Cognitive behavioral therapy. This cognitive behavioral therapy is a personalized approach to weight loss that involves a form of psychotherapy that focuses on identifying and changing negative thought patterns and behaviors that contribute to weight gain and obesity in general. So it addresses the one neglected aspect that our traditional approach to weight loss do not address. That is the what? Psychological aspect, the behavioral aspect. You understand? So now, it is what? It is a whole, will I say, journey involving different phases. So usually, let's say an organized place is usually used for this cognitive behavioral therapy for obesity. Mostly, we normally do it in a private setting, like a private office. We do it in private clinics, hospitals, community health centers, online clinic, and even weight loss clinic. So you have to get an organized place for what? Doing this cognitive behavioral therapy. And this cognitive behavioral therapy is made of phases. We have the preparatory phase that set the ground for the whole treatment procedure. Then we now have phase 1 and phase 2. This phase 1 and phase 2 all consist of modules which are interlap. So the preparatory phase for this cognitive behavioral therapy is usually the initial phase of the treatment. So it is made of phases and it has durations. You understand? The initial phase usually lasts for 1 to 2 weeks. Literally 1 to 2 sessions. Why? The first phase of this cognitive behavioral therapy usually lasts for 24 weeks. And the what? The second phase, which is the what? Maintenance phase, usually lasts for 48 weeks. So that is why here I stated it is made up of duration. It usually lasts from 6 months to 1 year. Then it is made up of session. You understand? Session of treatment. session of treatment. Like the preparatory phase is usually 1 to 2 sessions, 1 to 2 visits to the hospital. And each session at the preparatory phase is usually interval of 1 week. Then the phase 2 usually lasts for 16 sessions, 24 weeks, but it's grouped into 16 sessions. That is, the first 8 weeks is usually weekly. The visit to the hospital or the centers designed for this therapy is usually weekly. You understand? At the first phase, it's weekly. After each week, you have 1 session. Then after 8 weeks, that is weekly, then it will now be once in 2 weeks, another 8 session, making a total of 16 sessions within 24 weeks. That is the first phase. We are going to discuss in details each of the phases and what is happening at each of the phases. So the second phase, the first phase is usually the what? The phase of actual weight loss, where all procedures are geared towards losing 0.5 to 1 kg per week. And I said it is made up of 6 modules. And each module, there are certain activities that are carried out. Then the second phase is usually the weight maintenance phase. That is where all activities that has been carried out towards losing the 0.5 to 1 kg is stopped, and skills and strategies are being taught to the client on how to maintain the weight for a long period of time. So now, let's dive into the map, the cognitive behavioral therapy for obesity map. This is the map. As you can see from the map, we have the preparatory phase. And as I've said earlier on, this phase sets the whole foundation for the treatment. It's a form of treatment sessions, you understand? So the preparatory phase sets the stage for the treatment. We are going to see in details what takes place during the preparatory phase. And I've already said it earlier on that it lasts for only 1 to 2 sessions, literally 1 to 2 weeks. Then from the preparatory phase, at the preparatory phase, usually assessing the severity of obesity, identifying the associated medical and psychological comorbidities, and engaging the patient in the treatment process is usually carried out. As we move further, you are going to see how all these things are being carried out. Then the next phase from the map is the phase 1, the actual weight loss. This is where the whole treatment starts, where everything you are doing is geared towards losing the 0.5 to 1 kg weekly. And I've said it earlier on, it lasts for 24 weeks, which is about 6 months. With what? 16 sessions. The sessions means 16 visits to the center, to the CBT-OB center, whether in the hospital or in the community health care center or online clinic. You understand? So these 24 weeks are is usually grouped into 16 sessions. The first 8 sessions is usually weekly. The visit is usually what? Weekly to the hospital. Then the second 8 session is usually at 2 weeks interval. So instead of you to be visiting the hospital once weekly, it will be what? Once in 2 weeks. And with each visit, a particular aspect is being what? Addressed. That is why if you should look underneath the phase 1, that is the actual weight loss, it is divided into modules, with each module lasting from 2 to 3 sessions, depending on what you need to cover at that particular module. So the first module of the phase 1, that is where you monitor the food intake of the client. There are ways of monitoring the food intake of the client, and physical activity of the client and the body weight of the client. After the initial assessment that we've carried out during the preparatory phase, we are going to see every phase in details. You understand? I just want you to have the whole picture of the treatment. So module 2, usually that is where strategies and skills are usually employed in what? Changing the eating pattern or changing the eating habit. Since from module 1, all the things you will do, all the questionnaires you administer, all the forms you give for recording is just what is directed or geared towards monitoring the food intake of the patient, monitoring his physical activity, and monitoring his body weight. And why do you have to monitor his food intake, his physical activity, and the body weight? So that you will know what is his problem, what are the specific things you need to tackle regarding his eating habit, regarding the combination of the food he's eating. You understand? Also, monitoring the physical activity will enable you to know where to start from. What is his physical activity level like? It is when you know where the patient is that you progress him to achieve your desired goal. Then monitoring his weight, it will help you to know whether you are making progress or not, because it includes weekly weighing. Then the module 2, after gathering all your informations using standard questionnaires and forms, then you will now sit and plan how to change his unwanted eating habit or unwanted or unhealthy habit towards food. This include unhealthy portions, junk eating, eating disorders like binge eating. This is where you do all the changes. Then module 3 of phase 1, that is where you what? You develop an active lifestyle. If you can see, it's not at once you bombard your client with all you want him or her to do. It's not at once. It's a gradual procedure. Because when you ask the client to change his eating habit at once, to start exercising at once, the client may even decline, or he or she may not even be open with you. He may not tell you the truth. You understand? So you do it gradually. Maybe after after first 2 sessions, you've achieved in changing. Excuse me. Maybe after the first 2 or 3 sessions, you've achieved changing his eating habits. Then the next one is what you now introduce you now introduce monitoring his activity level. Are you active? If you ask him verbally, are you active? Yes, I'm active. I'm doing all the domestic work at home. I do wash my car, or I do trek to my working place. That is not what you will do. We have a form where he or she answered question that will guide you on assessing his activity level or her activity level. Then we move to module 4. Here is at module 4, you are going to be addressing obstacle to weight loss, because there are many obstacles to weight loss, and you are going to address it using obstacle addressing questionnaire. We have a standard questionnaire for doing that. I'm going to provide it at the right time. Then module 5, that is where you address weight loss dissatisfaction. Here too, we use questionnaire, the body image inventory questionnaire. I'm going to send it to you. So when you give your client or you yourself, when you answer the question based on your score, it will guide us whether you are satisfied with your weight loss or not. So depending on the outcome, that will direct us on what to guide you on. Then the module 6, the last module, is what? Addressing obstacle to weight loss maintenance, because that is the ultimate goal, to maintain the weight. Not only losing the weight, but what? To maintain the weight. And there are many obstacles to this weight loss maintenance. At module 6, that is where you will learn about it, and you what? Will now find ways or strategies in what? Overcoming those obstacles. So I know you'll be thinking, then if in phase 1 we'll discuss about module 1 to 6, what about phase 2? What are we going to discuss in phase 2? At the phase 2, that is what? The weight maintenance phase. And at this phase, you are going to ask your patient or client to stop any effort or any activity to lose further weight. What you guide your client towards doing is what? Skills, strategies, and activities that will make the patient to maintain the weight he has lost in phase 1. So usually phase 1, there is overlap of modules between phase 1 and phase 2. It's not when you finish phase 1 that you start your phase 2. There is overlap at module 4. At module 4, that is where the weight loss maintenance starts. And as we go deep into each phase, you are going to what? Clearly understand every activity that will be addressed under each modules. So now let's dive into the what? Preparatory phase. So in each phase, there are certain goals we want to achieve. You understand? So whatever we do at each phase is what? Is guided towards achieving these goals I'm going to mention. The first goal is what? To assess the nature and severity of the obesity using obesity focused history questionnaire. This is where almost all the assessment, the basic assessment, is being carried out. The assessment that will kickstart the journey of the weight loss. The second goal is to engage the patient in the treatment by adopting an engaging style, providing education on obesity, cognitive behavioral therapy for obesity, and involving them actively in the decision to change. This is the major difference between our traditional approach to sustainable weight loss and cognitive behavioral therapy. That is the involvement of patient. And what? Education, the awareness, the education, the information regarding the whole treatment plan that you will now give the patient, and informing the patient about the whole treatment phases, the procedures, teaching him or her the skills, the activities will enable us to get the what? Sustained result we are looking for. The last goal of this preparatory phase is what? Deciding how best to proceed. Yes, that is why we said the client is involved actively in the what? Treatment procedure. You understand? Because after all your findings, after all the education, the information, you have to what? Seek advice, seek your patient consent, or even ask the patient, how do you think we are going to do this? You know yourself best. You know what will work for you. What do you think is the best approach to tackle, for example, your what? Triggers, your emotional triggers. What triggers you to binge eat? What triggers you to eat junk food? What triggers you to eat out of your portion? Or what are the things that usually make you to have negative self-talk? Or what are the negative self-talk that you usually have? Sometimes, if you don't engage the patient, you cannot know what is unique about that particular patient. So now, having known the goal of this preparatory phase, what are then the procedures? The procedures of what? Achieving this goal. Let's move to the next phase. First is what? Developing a collaborative and trusting relationship with your patient. I've said it earlier on that the sessions I've been talking about, that each phase is made up of sessions. The sessions I just visit to the hospital, because you need to find a safe space for administering this treatment. So, and I've stated it that the preparatory phase usually lasts for 1 to 2 weeks, depending on the compliance of the patients and how fast the patient is able to grasp all what you've been or what he has been taught. So the first thing, before your patient even open up to you or your client open up to you, you have to what? Try and create a good rapport between you and the client, you and the patient. If you did not create that good rapport between you and the patient will not open up. And this is a treatment that needs what? Transparency. Because you have to know why certain things are happening. And if that client is not transparent, you will just be wasting your time. You will keep administering the right procedure, but you will not be getting result. And that will even discourage you or even discourage the patient or client. So try as much as you can from the onset, the way you welcome your patient on the first visit, the questions you ask him, the way you engage him, the way you provide information. All this should be in such a way to what? To get a trust and what? A transparency between you and your client. Then the assessment. I've said it earlier on. This preparatory phase sets ground for the whole treatment. If it is done well, your success rate is what? Increase. While if you didn't do it right, you hardly get what you need. So the obesity assessment interview is usually carried out using a questionnaire. I'm going to send it to the group, but let me go through each aspect of the assessment so that we will know what are the things you ask at each point. Personal information. This is where you ask the patient his age, race, marital status, attitude of his or his spouse towards this treatment, or even towards his weight or her weight, his educational level, because that will even tell you what information that patient need. You understand? His educational status or level, and also what did he or she knows about obesity. Then the next thing that you usually ask under personal information is living situation. Who is he living with at home? Is he living with a sister or a friend or a spouse or a partner? This plays a significant role in what? In practicing or doing his or her homework, because there are homeworks, daily homeworks you give your patient to go with after each session. Then the question you ask again is children. How many children? You understand? This also help to indicate whether maybe he or she is stressed during because of so many children. You understand? Taking care of children, cooking for them, maybe having many children can be a source of stress to that particular client. So you are going to note that down, because it's going to play a significant role in administering the treatment. Then the occupation. and the working hours. Also, this is another indicator of stress. Is he or she stressed at his or her working place? Is his work stressful? Is it a sedentary type of work? You understand? Is he having a tight schedule so that you know what and what your patient can be able to do? Because if your patient is not having ample time, there are certain things you ask him or her to do that is not going to be possible. Then the last thing you ask under this personal information, interest. Yes, what is the interest of this patient regarding the weight loss? You understand? Is that patient really interested in even losing the weight? Why? Why did the patient want to lose that weight? You understand? These are all things that you ask that will help you along your process of administering the treatment. Then the next thing is the weight history. Yes, what is the weight history? Though there are certain questions you ask here that may be difficult to recall. Only in usually developed countries that maybe most at times you have your card, immunization card, where you get your weight at birth, the changes in weight at different point in your life. So that is where some of the questions will be applicable. So what you ask here under weight history is weight at different period of your life. What is your weight at birth, at puberty, at 20 years, before pregnancy for ladies, after pregnancy, and at menopause? These few questions, the last two is usually unique to females. Then under weight history, you ask of age of obesity onset. Yes, at what age? Is it right from birth? Or is what at puberty, or when you are at age 20? It's very, very important to note the age of obesity onset. Another important question you ask under weight history is weight change in the last year. What is it like? Was it very fast? Was it slow? Or your weight has been like that for the past 4 to 5 years? This is also very, very important to note. Another question you ask under weight history is the event associated with weight gain. Is it after delivery? Or is it after a major emotional problem that occurs in your life? Or is it after puberty? Or is it after you've started contraception? These are also very, very important things to note. Then, after your weight history, the next history is previous treatment for obesity. It's very, very important to note. Some patient will tell you that, or clients have done several methods of weight loss. Some will tell you that they've taken drugs. Some will tell you that there are even some that will tell you I've done weight loss surgery, though it's one of the best way to achieve sustainable weight loss. Though usually they do have relapse, though it's very rare, but there are times that after weight loss surgery, they do have relapse. So it's very important to note the previous treatment for obesity, nature and duration. Yes, if there is any, note the nature and duration of the treatment. What is the type of treatment? Were you successful? Then what happened? Why do you regain that weight? All this will help you in tackling major problems that may arise during your treatment session. So after this, the next thing you ask regarding previous treatment for obesity is maximum weight loss and the degree of satisfaction. Some will tell you, yes, I did so approach to weight loss and I was able to lose I was able to hit my desired goal. I was able to reach my goal, my dream weight, but I regained everything back. Or I was able to lose the weight, but I was not satisfied because it was very, very difficult, or it was very, very slow. You understand? All these are things that will help you in administering your treatment. Then another thing you ask under this previous treatment for obesity is what? Duration of the weight regain. Yes, I lost the weight and I was able to maintain it for 1 month. No, I was able to maintain it for 3 months. No, I was able to maintain it for a year. This will also help you during what? Your treatment sessions. Then the last thing you need to ask during this regarding this previous treatment for obesity is number of cycle of weight loss and weight regain. Yes, there are people that will tell you, I cannot even recall how many times I've lose the weight and how many times I've regained it. So it's very important to note how many attempts, how many times did you regain the weight, how many times did you lose the weight. So all this will help you during administering the treatment. We are going to see how you implement all this, or what all these questions will address during the treatment session. So after the previous treatment for obesity, the next thing you ask the patient is your current status. Yes, what is your current status regarding your weight loss? This includes your current weight. And if you could recall, when we were talking about sustainable weight loss approach, I talk about measurements. So this is where the measurements come in. That is the current weight before the onset of the treatment. The height, you measure your height, then from there you now calculate your body mass index. We are going to see the importance of knowing your BMI. I've already stated it, but we are going to still talk about it. Then your waist circumferences, the hip circumferences, where you calculate the waist hip ratio. Then the menstrual status in female, because there are certain conditions that make it difficult for a particular female, for a particular client to lose weight, and usually is associated with what? Menstrual disorders. And that condition is called what? Polycystic ovarian syndrome, PCOS. You understand? It makes the patient difficult to lose weight. So if you have a client with menstrual disorder, what will just come to your mind is that then this patient usually is having some hormonal imbalance. So you cannot treat that patient alone. You have to refer the patient to endocrinologist. Then eating behavior. So you have to ask your patient for the portion sizes. You will not just ask the patient, what is your eating behavior like? It will be very difficult for the patient to be able to answer. But the only thing you ask is that, what is your portion size like? You can even keep a plate or tell the patient to demonstrate. You can give the patient a biro and paper to even draw his or her plate size. You understand? So you should know the portion size, the food choices, and the frequency of food intake. How frequent did he or she take his meals? That will tell you whether the patient is eating out of portion or not. You also ask for binge eating episode. Yes. Do you binge eat? If yes, what triggers you? What triggers you to binge eat? That will also help us in what? Administering the treatment. Then physical activity. You ask your patient the nature and frequency of lifestyle activity, including any formal exercise if there is any. You understand? And what we use in monitoring this physical activity is what? Checking for noting the patient's steps. I'm going to show you how these steps will help us in knowing the amount of calories we burn, and even to ascertain whether a particular client is sedentary or is active. Active, mildly active, moderately active, or very active. So we use a particular app called pedometer or step tracker. You can find it on your smartphone, your Android, and sometimes even our smartwatches do come with this step tracker. So it's only it's only when you use such apps that you can really know the physical activity level of your patient, because most of the times patients do overestimate their level of activity. Some will tell you that I'm very active. If you ask them how many steps can you get a day, some can even tell you 5,000 steps or 6,000 steps. And if you track it, you'll be very surprised to see that maybe in a day it's just 2,000 steps. Because for you to get 6,000 steps, roughly, you have to walk for like 1 hour before you get the 6,000 steps. So sometimes without tracking, if it's just verbally, it tends to be very difficult for you to get the real result. So another thing you ask regarding this current status is your extreme weight control behaviors. What are the things you carried out just to control your weight? Some will tell you they do normally induce vomiting after they've eaten and they know that they've eaten too much, or they don't need to, they are not hungry. Why did they eat? Some of them will even induce vomiting just to get rid of the unwanted or excess calories they've taken. Some will tell you they've taken laxatives to frequently go to the toilet, thinking that by taking laxatives, all the calories you've been taking excess will be going, not knowing that even if you get rid of some of the calories, some of your electrolytes will be lost during the act of going to the toilet after taking laxatives. Some will tell you they even take diuretics to be frequently urinating, thinking that frequently passing of urine will even lead them towards losing the calories they've taken, which is what very, very false, which is not true. And another thing you need to ask is what? Alcohol. Intake of alcohol, because there is strong association between obesity and excessive intake of alcohol. And also substance misuse or substance abuse. Sometimes drugs also, there are certain drugs that increase your appetite, so making it very difficult for you to lose weight. So if your client, there is a history of alcohol taking or substance abuse, you need to know the frequency and the triggers, which you have to address in order to get sustainable long-term weight loss. Then another thing you ask or assess under this current status is what? Body checking and body avoidance. That is body shaming. You understand? Body shaming and body avoidance, that avoiding people because of your weight, the frequency and the triggers. All this we what signifies a particular psychological disorder. So apart from the physical examination, the next thing you are to do, apart from this obesity assessment interview, the next thing you are to do is what? Physical examination. Yes, where you examine whether there is any physical deformity. You understand? Is there any joint that is deformed? Is there any postural deformity? All this will guide you towards the type of treatment to administer, the frequency of the physical exercise to be administered, the dosage and everything, or even the type of exercise that the patient can be able to do. If, as a result of the weight, some of the joints are being deformed from osteoarthritis, or there is a change in the curvature of the spine, there are certain steps that that patient cannot cover a day, and there are certain exercise that that patient cannot what carry out. So all this will help you in administering the right treatment. The next assessment under this preparatory phase is what? Fitness assessment. This is where you assess the what resistance of the patient, the balance, the flexibility, and the strength of the patient. We're all physiotherapists. I'm very sure you all know different ways to do this assessment. Then the next assessment is what? Psychosocial assessment using certain questionnaires. I'm going to provide you with the questionnaires. And some of the questionnaires you use is the what? EDEQ questionnaire, which is what? A questionnaire that what assess eating disorder. So it is an eating disorder examination questionnaire. It assesses eating disorder symptoms like binge eating, restrictive eating, shape and weight concern. All these things I've mentioned, you'll find out questions regarding all these I've mentioned. So the questionnaire is very, very useful in doing that. And there's another questionnaire we use, the BSC questionnaire, which is the what? Brief Symptom Inventory questionnaire. It assesses psychological distress. You understand? Regarding various directions, including anxiety and depression. And when after this assessment, depending on your level, we'll now will now decide whether to refer you to psychologists or psychiatrist doctors. You understand? Because if you have any of this psychological disorder, it will be very, very difficult to what achieve a what sustainable long-term weight loss. So please, let's go to the next slide. So after the assessment, okay, you've done your assessment. What is next? How do you interpret the result of your findings? Or how will this result guide you in administering your treatment? First, we've made mention of assessing your weight, your height, your age, your waist and hip circumferences. That is, after getting all this, you will be able to calculate your BMI. And from your BMI, you will know whether this patient needs to lose weight or need to maintain weight or need to add weight. You understand? And knowing your BMI will guide you on how many kg this particular client or patient need to lose. So as you can see, BMI less or equal to 30, it's what? An indication for weight loss, as that particular client is what? At the obese or overweight category. Obese category. Then BMI between 25 and 29.9 with a high waist hip ratio or waist circumference of +1 or more is a what? Indication that that particular client is what? At high risk of developing cardiovascular disorders. You understand? Like diabetes, hypertension, chronic heart disease, etc. And also, this BMI signifies that this particular client is within the overweight range. So he or she also needs to lose weight. Also, knowing your BMI will also tell you whether it is contraindication for you to embark on a weight loss journey. When your BMI is within the normal range or underweight, if it's between the normal range, all you need is what? To maintain your weight. If it is below the normal weight, what you need is for you to add weight, not to what? Lose weight. So also another contraindication for weight loss is what? Pregnancy and breastfeeding. But sometimes with careful monitoring and assessment from time to time, a breastfeeding mom can embark on a weight loss journey. So another contraindication for weight loss is what? Eating disorders. That is why I said all the questionnaires that are what directed towards a psychological assessment or assessment of psychological disorders will guide us to what? To refer our patient for proper management of the disorder before embarking on the weight loss journey. If not, if you just go ahead to carry out, to start administering the treatment to the patient that is usually associated with psychological disorder, you are not going to get result. Because first and foremost is that his motivation will not be top notch. His mindset will not be what? Suitable for the administration of the treatment pattern or treatment procedure. So if your patient is having any major psychological problem like depression, anxiety, so don't even start managing him or her. Tell the patient to go see his physician. If there is any, if there is none, you refer to the appropriate physician. Then tell the patient to come back after after his visit to his physician. Even if you did not start administering the treatment immediately after the patient is placed on medication, you can what? You can keep track of the patient till when you feel it's appropriate to start the management. And how do you know that? Is by giving him the questionnaire to answer so that you assess his or her progress. So now, what are the weight loss obstacles? Before the onset, at the beginning of this presentation, I told you that one of the difference between the natural method or traditional method of weight loss and this cognitive behavioral therapy to obesity is that with cognitive behavioral therapy, a lot of weight loss obstacle can be addressed. I'm going to provide you with with the questionnaires for this assessment. We have questionnaires, standard questionnaires that are used for assessing this this weight loss obstacle. You understand? So we have the questionnaires that is usually for addressing MDD, and the one used for addressing binge eating, BED, and the one for addressing what? Lack of motivation or what? Poor motivation. Another obstacle to weight loss is what? Drugs. There are certain drugs that usually prevent weight loss, you understand, or sabotage the effort of weight loss. And these drugs include psychiatric medications and diabetic drugs. So the questionnaire you give for assessing this obstacle will tell you that this patient is on these drugs. So if you are educating the patient, you try to explain to the patient that I'm not trying to tell you that you are not going to get result, but the result will not be as fast as required. So even from the onset, you tell the client that we're aiming for you to lose 0.5 kg weekly. Don't promise the client losing 1 kg at the end of the week, even if that client creates 1,000 calorie deficit daily. And this is because of his or her drugs. Then another obstacle to weight loss is what? External circumstances, like holidays. Most at times when we're on holidays, we tend to what? To eat junk food or to even binge eat, because a lot of people take unhealthy eating outside your home, binge eating as just a way to comfort yourself or way to enjoy. So there are certain situations or circumstances that will sabotage your weight loss effort. So you have to know whether there is, or during holiday, is there anything like this? And another weight loss obstacle is what? Lack of time. So from the questionnaire you administer, you will know whether your patient usually have enough time or tight schedule, so that you will know what and what is what attainable or what and what is doable. Then lack of support. There are some clients don't have support, and you need support system in order to what? Implement all the process of this cognitive behavioral treatment. You understand? You need what? Support. So if that patient or client don't have any support system, you can decide to what? Create an online support system where you can keep in touch daily with the patient. So now, how do we address the goal number 2 of our preparatory phase, which is to what? Actively engage the patient in the what? Treatment procedure. So the first and the best way to engage the patient is what? Educating the patient on the whole procedure. The patient must be aware of what cognitive behavioral therapy entails right from the onset. Let the patient know that this is not a one or twice visit to the hospital. It's what? Series of visits to the hospital. You tell him or her it may last from 6 months to 1 year. So from the onset, if the patient is aware, since usually at the onset of this treatment or any weight loss program, usually the patient motivation usually tend to be what? Very, very high or top notch. So at the onset, let the patient knows everything about the what? Procedure. Another way you engage the patient in the treatment is what? Inform the patient about the risks of obesity. What are the problems associated with obesity? Please, while explaining this, do not terrorize your patient. Do not scare your patient. Find the best way to inform the patient about the what? The problem associated with obesity, the health problems, the implications. What are the health issues associated with diabetes? What are the problems associated with hypertension? At the same time, you now tell the patient that it's not the end of the world. This is something that is reversible. Assure the patient, encourage the patient, tell the patient that it's not the end of your life because it is something that is reversible. Tell him or her that these lifestyle diseases are what? Are reversible. The moment you change your lifestyle, you are going to reverse it gradually. You understand? And tell the patient the benefit of reversing the problem. A lot of benefits, economical benefit, that's financial benefit, because if you reverse the condition, you stop taking your medications, or if you are not going to stop taking the medication, the dosage or the number of drugs you take for a particular condition can be improved. And you even tell them that you will become more productive, and your limitations, disabilities will be reduced because your life, your activities of daily living, everything will be improved. So these are the ways you tell or educate the patient in an informative way, not a terrorizing. Tell the patient that it's not when you go back to your desired goal, you even start getting the benefit of the weight loss. Even a reduction from researches, reduction of even less than or 5%, 5 to 10% reduction in your body weight can improve your condition. So if you should tell this patient all these things, or the client, their motivation will be increased. They will be eager to what? To participate or to partake in this journey, in this weight loss journey. Then you now describe the what? Treatment to the patient. Just like how I explained everything to you. Tell them it involves visit to the hospital. It involves several sessions. It involves several discussions, because as you move on, you are going to enlighten your patient about what? Healthy eating, about the various classes of food we have, about cravings, about hunger and different form of hungers. That is the psychological hunger and the physical hunger, and how to what? Overcome it, or how to control it. You are going to teach the patient weight loss play to what are some of the obstacles you may come across during your weight loss journey. So it's not a one-day visit. It's not a one-day visit, because all the patient needs to know cannot be discussed in one session. So please describe the treatment session to the patient. Tell him or her that there are phases, that this one you are discussing now with him, this one you are having now is the preparatory phase. You are just preparing the what? Preparing the ground for what? For the actual phases of the treatment session. Then you talk to the patient about the phase one of the side of the treatment, that it is what? It is the actual phase of weight loss, where what? Your aim is what? Geared towards losing 0.5 to 1 kg. And it's not one session. It includes what? It composed of 16 sessions divided into 2 parts. The first session composed of 8 sessions, 1 session weekly. And the last 8 session is what? It's composed of 16 weeks, 1 visit every 2 weeks. You understand? So if the patient is aware, the patient will be prepared. The patient will not be tired after 1 or 2 visits, because he or she is already informed or aware of how many sessions is in the treatment session. Then phase 2, that is the weight maintenance. This is, you tell the patient that this is what? Where all effort towards weight loss is what? Stopped. The patient will stop what? Any calorie estimation or calorie deficit he or she is doing. You understand? If there's any portion control he or she, the patient is doing, you're going to reevaluate the portion and give him or her the portion to maintain. You understand? The aim, you tell the patient, the aim of this phase is what? Is to maintain the weight you've already lost. You understand? If your target weight is to lose 60 kg, if at the end of 24 weeks you are able to lose 24 kg, so you are going to maintain the 24 kg for what? Or 1 year, that is 12 months. And the patient will still be visiting the hospital. You still be having session. But the session this time around will be once every 4 weeks. That is monthly. So over the span of 1 year, you are going to what? Have 12 visits to the hospital. The next slide. Let's move to the next slide. Then the next thing you are going to talk to the patient about is behavioral and cognitive change, which is the most important part of this cognitive behavioral therapy. You understand? What are these behavioral and cognitive change? Is what? Your behavior towards food. What is your eating behavior like? Do you binge eat? Do you eat junk food? You understand? Do you eat out of portion? What is your relationship with vegetables? Do you like vegetables? Do you like fruits? Do you have a balanced meal, or you don't like a particular class of food? All these are behaviors that are what key to our sustainable long-term weight loss. Then another behavior you are to assess is what? His or her behavior towards physical activity. Is that patient sedentary? What is the cause of his sedentary lifestyle? Is it his job, or is it where he lives? Is it lack of motivation? Is it lack of support? All these are things you are going to find out from the questionnaire you are going to give them to assess them. You understand? Because most of these things are not things that the patient will be right when he or she will tell you verbally. You understand? Even if he tells you verbally, from the questionnaires or from the questions you ask, from the questionnaires you are going to administer to the patient, you are going to what? Deduct your findings. You are going to get your final result, which will be more accurate than verbal confession from the patient. Then during this treatment description at the preparatory phase, this is where you tell the patient your weight loss goal. Because most at times, your patient will tell you, I want to lose unrealistic kgs in very short period of time. If that client should tell you, please don't assure the patient just to make the patient to stick to the treatment. If you know the weight he or she wants to lose at a particular period of time is not realistic or is not healthy, please tell the patient is not realistic and tell the patient the implication of the what? Fast approach to weight loss. That is not going to be sustainable and it's going to lead to slow metabolism as a result of not only fat being breaking down, but even your muscles will be affected. And when your muscles are affected, it's not only your metabolism that will be slow, even your joints will be what? Affected. So please promise your client or patient realistic weight loss, which is about 0.5 kg to 1 kg per week. So tell them, we are not in a haste. You didn't get this weight at once or just for a month. It's not during the period of 1 month or 1 year you get this weight. It's over a long period of time. So for you to get sustainable healthy weight loss, it must be gradual over a long period of time. You understand? Which is, we are going to aim at 0.5 to 1 kg. And the benefit of this is not only the sustainability, but what? The change in habit learning, habit transformation, because we are creatures of habit. If you start a particular routine and you do it over a long period of time, it becomes your habit. And when a particular routine becomes your habit, it will be very, very difficult for you to what? Break that habit. Only if you are intentional that you want to break it, that is when you will break it. You understand? For example, you are going to assess behavior towards eating, behaviors towards physical activity. If you find out that this patient eats out of portion, or he or she has do take large portion of meals, or the patient likes binge eating or junk eating, or the patient is sedentary. So you are going to teach this patient gradually. So we are going to see how you are going to implement all what I've been saying during the active phase of what? The treatment, that is phase 1. That is why I said the phase 1 lasts for about 24 weeks and it consists of modules. Each modules address a particular issue and also teach our clients a particular information that is useful for sustainable long-term weight loss. So after that, you now tell the patient you are going to participate actively in this treatment. Define his role. Tell him what is expected of him. You understand? One, the patient must be engaged because there are assignments, the weekly assignments that you are going to be giving your patient. We are going to see that when we come to the module that will address that. There are forms you give your client, they will take home, where they will record everything they eat daily, the time of administering the food, what circumstance or situation lead to eating that food. The form even provide columns for stating your response after eating that particular food. Is it a form of binge eating? What triggers you to binge eat? What what did you feel like after binge eating? The form addresses all this. You understand? So you see, the patient must be actively involved, because he is the one that will be what? That will be filling the form on a daily basis. Then the treatment, you encourage the patient to take the treatment as a priority. You understand? Knowing clearly the benefit of what he or she is starting, knowing the problem he is facing at that point in time regarding his or her weight, or even if he or if the patient is not facing any problem, any metabolic disorders, any lifestyle disease, you tell the patient that if he or she continues this way, or your weight keep increasing, or your weight is not decreasing as you advance in your age, you are going to if care is not taken, you may develop one or more of this lifestyle disease. So you have to take this treatment as a priority. You have to be transparent. You have to report any unhealthy habit or behavior that was out of your control while you are at home. Another thing you will tell the patient is the how you start this treatment procedure determines your outcome. If you start well, it's indication that you are going to get your achieve your desired goal. You are going to achieve your weight. You are going to to succeed in losing the desired weight we want weekly, whether 0.5 or 1 kg weekly. You understand? You are going to you are going to reverse any lifestyle disease if you have any, and you are going to you are going to prevent the development of any of these metabolic disorders if you don't have any. So it's very, very important for you to start well. If you are not serious at the beginning, it will be very, very difficult for you to reach the desired goal. It will be very, very difficult for you to get what we want. It will be very, very difficult for you to get the sustainable weight loss we are aiming to achieve. Then another thing you tell the patient is you must not skip any session. Yes. Since the sessions are will I say in succession, that's there must be consistency. After session 1, you must not skip session 2 or session 3. Then you just decide to go for session 4. You understand? For example, after a treatment phase, the next phase 1, session 1 of phase 1 is a week after your preparatory phase. You must not miss that phase. You must not skip any phase if you want to get the desired result. So if a patient skips phases or skip sessions, you will not get results. Tell that patient clearly, let him or her know, so that at the end of the day, the patient will not blame you. You understand? Or the patient will not say, I've said it earlier on that it's not possible. I will not lose weight because it's hereditary. Tell that patient it's not because of the genetic contribution to your weight. It's because of your attitude towards the treatment. You're skipping. If you skip, you will not get result. Then emphasize on the homework. It is compulsory. Any assignment you give patient to go home and do it, it is compulsory that patient must do the assignment. You can even try to do something that will make that patient to stick to the assignment, not to refuse doing it. Maybe you can decide that, okay, anytime you do your assignment, maybe I'll have something that I'll gift you, even if it is not financial or material something. Maybe you can decide to give him a particular information that may not be part of this cognitive behavioral therapy that will be very, very essential for his success. You understand? And you can even decide to punish the patient for what? For not doing his or her homework. For example, any day you did not do your homework or you skip your sessions, I'm going to fine you. Yes, I will fine you. You are going to pay so amount. You understand? So if the patient is really, really serious about this treatment, if he or she is really serious about taking care of his health, that patient will abide by the rules and regulations. This is the end of the preparatory phase of cognitive behavioral therapy, which is the phase that what set the foundation for the whole process of cognitive behavioral therapy. So this is the end of the presentation. Let me, if there is any question, contribution, or anything you are not clear about, the floor is yours. Hello, are you people with me?
Yes,
Hello,
ma'am.
sir. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So if you are with me, this is the end of this first part of the cognitive behavioral therapy. Understanding it will what? Will make it very, very easy for you to understand the phase 2 and phase 3, or the phase 1 and phase 2 of the cognitive behavioral therapy. So if you have any question, please let me hear from you.
Um, Good afternoon, everyone. I just want to commend you, Ma, for this wonderful presentation because back in the day, I have treated patients that came maybe for weight control, but they had a secondary pathology. Like one had a fatty liver disease. So, and
Okay.
the physician was looking for a way to take her off the drugs, so he sent her for physiotherapy. But in my own way of doing it back then, with not much experience, I think we added a little bit of intermittent fasting to it. Intermittent fasting, as in there are times she can eat during the day, and there are times she shouldn't eat during the day, like mostly in the night, because the night is a time for the digestive system to rest. And when digestive system is overstressed, it might also lead to release of stress hormones that can cause stress eating and the body gain weight. As you say, leptin and ghrelin are very important in controlling weight. And if they are not, if sleep is it's not taking, as in our generation now, we spend less time sleeping in the night, and night sleep is very important for many physiological homeostasis. So I'm very grateful. It just reminded me back, but it's been long. I've not taken any client for weight reduction. Recently, a friend of mine, a colleague of mine, told me to accept two nurses. I was like, I didn't want to because they are on night shift, and I know night shift is difficult to bring down weight of nurses or that are always in night shift, because they might not be in night shift this month, next month they might be in night shift, but with this new knowledge, I think we'll know how to go about it, or I might advise him on how to go about their weight loss. Let them not think about just exercise, because exercise enough might not be good enough for them. I'm very grateful, ma. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Mm.
Let me add to what you say. This what you did back then, you include intermittent fasting in your treatment routine. I'm sure you were just doing it, not sure of are you doing it right? But now I'm very sure you notice that this intermittent fasting, it's what is just to what reduce the what calories that particular client is taking. You understand?
Yes.
Intermittent fasting is a tool for weight loss when done right. And when the fasting is being, when they break the fasting, they should eat the right thing. You understand? They should eat healthy. They should eat healthy.
Yes,
That is
ma'am.
when they get maximum result. And another thing
Mm.
associated with lack of sleep, whenever someone is not sleeping at night because of high ghrelin and the cortisol increase in cortisol level, you will definitely be looking for something to eat. You just be craving, and what you will crave,
Yes,
if you
ma'am.
should, yes, it should just be unhealthy things that you'll be craving. So I'm glad that your motivation, your let's say mindset towards weight loss will be changed. Don't be scared. As
Mm.
physiotherapists, we need to know how to help our patient to lose weight. A lot of conditions we treat in physiotherapy can be better treated when the weight of the patient is being reduced. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you
You're
very much.
welcome.
Thank you very much
You're,
for this presentation.
you're
It's
welcome.
really eye-opening. Please, I want to ask about this extreme obese patients. I've had to, work with some of them before, but once when some of them are losing weight, they begin to have this skin sagging, this
Yes.
extra skin. And most of them, that is what scare them. That's what are they going to do with this extra skin? So I don't know whether there is anything that can be done, because despite the fact that they are doing exercises and they are involved in weight resistance, carrying weight, this skin, because of the fact that it has been there for a long time, and they have
Mm.
been like 250 kg, 300 kg. What do we do with this extra skin?
Well, the truth is, the sagging skin depends, that's getting rid of the sagging skin depends on the age of the patient and the weight of the patient. I'm happy that you've even stated it that patient with 250 kgs, 300 kgs of weight. And definitely most of these patients, sometimes they are of age. So first is their skin elasticity what has been reduced due to aging. So there is no amount of, in that situation, there is no amount of strengthening exercise and hydration that will that will get rid of the sagging skin totally. It will only minimize it. Most at times they do go for cosmetic surgery. You understand? But hydration, taking enough water and strengthening exercise will only minimize it. So in this situation, please don't give fake promises to your client. If that client is of age and the weight is very high, like 250 or 300 kgs, sometimes even 200 kgs, 170 kgs, if the client should come, ma, I want to lose weight, but I don't want saggy skin. Please, ma, how do you think it's possible? Please educate the patient on the benefit of losing that weight. It's far better than getting that saggy skin. You understand? Tell the patient, which one will you choose? Running away from saggy skin or reducing your lifespan? Do you get me? Tell the patient the truth. Look, I was weighing 116 kg before. And when I embarked on weight loss on my own, you understand, I think then I was 34 years old. Yes, I was 34 years old, and now I'm 41 years old. My sister, I still have saggy skin, and I normally do strengthening exercise. So the saggy skin is not disturbing me. You understand? Because I've get control of my health. I no longer suffer from knee pain. I don't have, I'm not scared of having diabetes or hypertension. My cholesterol level is now within normal range. It's better than the sagging skin. It's better for me to live this with the sagging skin than what to be taking medications and be having knee and low back pain. So I hope you understand all this explanation. Hello, Ma, are you with me?
Yes.
Hello, ma.
Hello.
Yes. Yeah,
Yes,
Ma,
I
are you
got
with
the
me?
explanation. Yes.
So they should not be scared. They should love their body. They should not be scared. You understand? Because the benefit of what they will get from losing the weight outweighs the issue of saggy skin. Who will know you have saggy skin? And if you are married, you have a supportive partner. If he will recall when you were young, he won't take that saggy skin as anything.
Okay. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Hello, ma.
Uh, Ma, I
Hello.
can hear. Yes, I'm with you.
Please, what can you say about when person is chooses intermittent fasting? Hello.
So I can hear you. Okay,
Okay.
regarding to weight loss, how
Yes.
effective it is?
No. When someone is doing intermittent fasting, can
Okay,
he do it without reducing the portion, or he must incorporate portion reduction
he
or portion
must.
control?
Yes, you must. Intermittent fasting alone will not guarantee, you will not give you results. The
Okay.
aim of this intermittent fasting, one of the aim of this intermittent fasting is to reduce your calories. You understand?
Okay.
Because
Yes.
if you have a short window period of eating, let me give you an example of one intermittent fasting, the 16 to 8 method of fasting, where you may decide to, okay, my last meal will be around 3 p.m. You understand?
Yes.
So you now count 16 hours from 3 p.m. That will be your first breakfast. Did you get me?
Yes.
If your last meal will be around 3 p.m. Okay, let's count together. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So your first meal will be around 7 a.m. You
Okay.
understand? It
Yes.
is not it is not compulsory that the only intermittent fasting you will do is when you skip breakfast. When your fasting window falls within your morning hours, it's even that one is even discouraged, especially when you are around that kind of 35 or 40 years of age. You understand? It's not advisable for you to skip breakfast. So I usually advise my client, if you really want to do intermittent fasting, it's very good. It's a way to cut down the calories you take, because if you have 8 hours eating window, you cannot eat too much, because if you eat between 7 a.m. to 3 p.m., what time or stomach volume do you have that you consume out of portion? Are you getting me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So
Yes, ma'am.
restricting your eating window will help you to reduce the calories you are used to, and reducing that calories will create calorie deficit, and if you create calorie deficit, you definitely lose weight. But if you do intermittent fasting and you end up eating above even your normal portion, you are not going to lose weight. If you should do intermittent fasting and you did not eat healthy, you can lose weight, but you will end up with malnutrition and other health issues.
Okay. Okay, ma'am.
Mhm.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, ma'am. My own
You're
intermittent
welcome.
fast start. I usually start from 8 p.m. to 12 p.m. That's
12,
what
12,
from 8 p.m. to 12 p.m.
12 noon.
Yeah, yes, from 8 p.m. to 12 noon. Yes.
Okay, okay. How old are you?
I am 34 years old.
Okay.
Wow.
Please gradually try to change your eating window and your fasting window, because that
Okay.
breakfast is very, very important. If you want, you can decide to do 16 to 8, or maybe you decide with you can start with 15 to 9 or 14 to 10. Are you getting me?
Okay. 14 to 10.
Yes, ma'am. We can
Yes, 14 to
hear
10.
you. 14 to 10.
Then you then you now move to 16 to 8.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Please,
Now
Okay.
you said
can you explain that intermittent fasting?
okay,
That's
okay.
please.
Okay, so intermittent fasting is a weight loss tool that consists of eating window and fasting window. What I mean by eating window is hours that you are allowed to eat healthy food, healthy portion food, and hours that you are not allowed to eat anything. At most, you can take water or plain black tea without any sugar or anything. Do you get me? And
Yes, ma'am.
how you get the hours is, in a day we have how many hours? 24 hours.
Yes.
So the hours, your eating window, when you add your eating window to your fasting window, it should be equal to 24 hours.
Yes, ma'am.
Let us take the 14 to 10 hours. If you
Okay.
decide, okay, if you're a beginner, you want to start intermittent fasting, you should start with 14 to 10,
Okay.
larger eating window. Do you get me?
Yes,
Then
ma'am.
as you move on, you'll be reducing the eating window. So if I'm a beginner, I want to start my intermittent fasting. Okay, I'm going to start the 14 to 10. 14 hours of fasting, 10 hours of eating. And I will advise you to make sure that your fasting window include your night. You understand?
Yes.
Your
Yes.
night. Yeah, it should
Yes.
include your night, because it gives you a better result, because you are
Yes.
going to rest all your system, even the digestive system, and that will make you to even have quality night sleep, because you will not be standing up to go and urinate, you will not be moving, you will not be tossing on your bed with stomach discomfort and all that. You understand? So that is why it is very essential that your night period should include your fasting window. So now let's see, how do you get 14 to 10? If you decide your last meal will be around 6 p.m., you
Okay.
understand?
Yes.
Then we count. Okay, let's count. 7 p.m., 8, 9, 10, 11, 12,
12,
1,
13,
2,
1,
3,
2, 3,
4,
4,
5,
5,
6,
6.
7, 8. When you reach 8 a.m., you've count 14 hours.
Yes, ma'am.
So your first meal will be around 8 a.m.
Okay.
Did you get me?
Yes, ma'am.
So your last meal will be around what? 6 p.m. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Then your first meal will be the next day around 8 a.m. That means you are embarking on an intermittent fasting, 14 to 10 intermittent fasting. Are you clear?
Yes, ma'am. But I usually, before, I usually did this 14 to 10 years. I usually
Mm-hmm.
stop eating by 4 and then
Mm-hmm.
commence eating by 8 a.m. But I didn't see any, and I just maintained the weight. I didn't reduce any weight, ma'am.
Is your diet portion and balance?
I guess that's the problem, I think.
Excellent, excellent. So now, when you do it right, when you are breaking your fasting, eat portion and balanced meal. Throughout your eating window, you should be intentional about the portion of food you'll be eating and the combination of food you'll be eating. And during your
Okay.
fasting period, don't take any liquid that has calories. The only liquid that you can take is water, or if you can take plain black tea without any sugar or beverages added to it.
Okay, ma'am. So
Mhm.
since I did the 14 and 10 intermittent fasting window, that I can continue with this 16 by 8 core, and
Yes,
then
you
I
can do
reduce
that.
the portion.
Yes, you can do that. That means if you want to do the 16 to 18 now, that means your last meal will be around 5 p.m.
Yes, okay, ma'am.
Then your first meal will be around 8 a.m.
Okay, okay, okay. Okay,
So,
thank you
it's,
very much.
yeah, you're welcome. You're
Thank
welcome.
you very much, ma'am.
Mm. Any question? If really you are with us, please let's have more question or
Hello, good afternoon.
contribution. Afternoon.
Okay, thank you for this remarkable presentation.
You're welcome.
My question is on this recent development of the use of Ozempic method of weight loss, because I've come across several people that option for that method of weight loss. So I just want to know, is it an effective method of weight loss in combination, let's say, with appropriate calorie intake? Is it
Well,
an
this
effective
so
weight reduction method?
it is very effective only at the time of its usage, because what it does is that it suppresses your appetite. Some of them will tell you that they don't even eat at all. You understand? As the doses advances, you understand, over time, they will tell you that they can't even eat. So there is, will I say, massive restriction of what? Food intake. So it's recently they've started using it here. There is will I say, difference with age, race, climate, and everything in comparison to those that will I say, initiated its usage. You understand? So I've seen people that with this Ozempic, it's what? It leads to other health complication. Because there was a lady I was managing, she has an hormonal imbalance, she has hypothyroidism. So, you know, when your thyroid gland is compromised, definitely there will be issue with your metabolism. So they find it very difficult for them to lose weight. Though she's on medications, but still she need some dietary modification for her to lose that weight. So it was very slow, and she's in a haste that she just need fast approach to weight loss. She don't want this gradual approach. So after she started this Ozempic, I'm telling you, she ended up on hospital bed. I think they admitted her for about 4 weeks because she can't take anything. She told me that she don't have appetite for anything. She can only take water. Are you with me?
Yes, I'm with you.
So they lose the
Yeah.
weight, but they don't take anything. So definitely they are going to lose the weight. And if it persists, even they will not fat, they will not only lose fat, they will lose muscles. You understand? So and this effect lasts only when the Ozempic is administered. If
And
the
Ozempic is an addictive drug. You see, some of them, when they are getting off Ozempic, they become psychotic. And as a result, I think Ozempic should be avoided. And any patient on it, we should gradually withdraw it from such patient. Because if you tell a client to stop Ozempic, that patient is going to end becoming psychotic because it's an addictive drug. So it's better to avoid it totally than to start it because they want something very fast. I've seen a patient that was on a drug because she wanted to lose weight, and she has been on this drug for quite some time. Then she started having internal bleeding.
some of the disadvantage.
That's one of the
Because I've
disadvantages
had a
of being
client
on
that
drugs.
I cancelled on weight reduction. She was the one that gave me the option. Okay, she was asking me for professional opinion. she should go for Ozempic, or she should go for gastric sleeve bypass, or what can she do? Because she has done keto, which has worked effectively for her, and she was not able to maintain it. Because I told her, if you can be able to go back to keto and get a certain portion of your weight, then you can maintain it with adequate calorie intake. You go back to your carbs. She said, no, it's difficult maintenance. I told her you have to change your mindset, because I told her weight loss is not just an overnight journey. It's a gradual process, and it's a habit you need to cultivate. So I told her, to me, the gastric sleeve and the Ozempic are still like new aspect of medicine under research. I told her usually they're just using people as guinea pigs, because they are using younger people now. So I told her, how will the person be able to survive in the long term? I told her, I think it's a study that is still being on the study. It's being done currently. So I told her, for me, I'll advise her to go for portion control and exercise. She said she will think about it, and I've not heard from her actually since my discussion with her. That's about 3 or 4 months back.
Okay, do you know something? I have experience managing patients that have undergone bariatric surgery. That is the gastric sleeve or the gastric bypass. You understand? The issue is that there are certain weight. If your BMI is above 40, you understand? If your BMI is above 40 with one or two comorbidities, it will be very, very difficult for you to lose weight with this natural approach, because most of them will not be patient to do that. Did you get me?
Yes, ma'am.
So when you weigh the options, I do advise patients to go for bariatric surgery, whether gastric sleeve or bypass, when that
No, I understand,
patient.
but she doesn't have a comorbidity. Yes.
That's why if she don't have any comorbidities, I think she can achieve weight loss with this sustainable approach. I'm
Yes, I
not
understand.
hoping for that. I'm not hoping for that. But if care is not taken, she will come back to you later on. You know, sometimes they will just be seeking advice from various places. They will be getting information from those that are not even professionals. They will go and try this, they will try that. At the end of the day, when it's not working, they will still come back to the real sustainable approach. And let me tell you something. Do you know that even with this even with this bariatric surgery, you have to eat healthy and you have to portion your meals. If you don't eat healthy and you don't portion your meals, you don't exercise, you are not going to get the result you want. So is it not better for you, if you don't have any comorbidities, to go for this sustainable approach?
Yes.
So our role here is just for you to try as much as you can to educate your patient, and try convincing them, because if you should do that, later on they will come thanking you.
All right. Thank you very much for
You're
the good explanation. Thank you.
welcome. Contribution, question, so that we learn from each other. It seems everyone is there.
Well, thank you very much. I've really
Yeah.
learned a lot, because I have some clients that I'm working working on presently. I have a family of 3, the husband and 2 wives. I think the husband is 150, the 2 wives, one is 170, one is 180. And we have been I've been working with them in the past 6 weeks or thereabout. And the husband is making all effort to lose weight because he has back pain. He has very bad back pain, and he realized that when he started losing weight, the back pain is reducing. But the two wives, one has gone for laminectomy, and the second one is also having severe back pain. But I've advised that one not to go for laminectomy, to let us work on it, on their weights, and let us see the results. And now that I'm better informed, I think I know some things that I will do better with them now to encourage them, so that at least we can get the desired weight that they want. Yes, and another one that I'm really working at is a 16-year-old girl. She's weighing 160 kg. 160.
Okay.
And the whole is becoming a problem to the family and even to herself. She's just leaving secondary school, going to higher institution, and she's already having some, body shaming, thinking that how will she cope in the university environment, that she's leaving home now. I think we have been friends, but I think I'm going to get more personal and more friendly with her, so that able.
And please involve her family members. Let me tell you about my first daughter was obese right from to right when she was teen. You understand? So this, do you know that this body shaming in their school, in her immediate family, her friends, do you know it led her to develop a depression. She
Yeah.
developed depression at 16 years of age. Do you know we have to work on her depression before we got results. So I think you try as much as you can to check her psychological fitness. You understand?
Yeah.
Let her mental health be top notch. If her mental fitness is okay, and you involved her family, involve them actively, so that sometimes the body shaming is even within your immediate family.
It's even the
Sometimes,
mother. The mother,
uh-huh,
the mother abused her. Look at how you are. Look at your shape, because
uh-huh,
she feels I think her reaction is because she's feeling bad. She's feeling afraid because she's fearful of what may happen to her daughter. That's
that
why
is
she's
it.
always hammering on this thing. But now I think I'm going to get the mother more involved in
Yeah,
these activities.
because even those look, there is a consultant I was treating, has her daughter, her first daughter. She's just 14 years old, and she was weighing, when we started, she was weighing 117 kg. Do you know that the mom is a consultant though, but she's the one body shaming her daughter? When I was talking to her, do you know the mom was crying? She told me that she's disturbed. She don't want her daughter to die. That is why
Yeah.
she's always insulting her. So that is why it's very important when you are treating a client, you have to involve their immediate family. Sometimes the problem is not from external forces, it's even within their immediate family.
Yeah.
And you get a very good result with her because she's very young.
Yeah.
Her weight loss is very, very fast. If you are very, very proactive in her management, I'm telling you, you'll be very happy with the result.
Thank you very much.
Oh, you're welcome. Hello, sir. As if there are no any other questions.
No question? Are we, somebody is raising hand, Ismail, I think.
Okay. Okay.
Hello, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Thank you, Ma, for the lectures.
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to ask, Ma, is there any vegetables that have anti-cholesterol effect?
Yes. Okay, rather, I will tell you that almost all the vegetables, but there are vegetables that increases uric acid. You understand?
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Almost all vegetables can reduce cholesterol, but there are certain vegetables that increases uric acid, like spinach
Okay.
and moringa,
Okay.
because they are proteinous in nature.
Okay, ma'am.
So, these two vegetables, when someone is having high uric acid, you advise that client to desist from taking it. But all other vegetables are okay.
Okay. Because I have a patient that says they usually onion is rich in cholesterol. That's why they use excessive use of it to reduce weight.
Okay. No, I don't know where she get that information from. But
Okay.
we should know that almost all vegetables, as apart from these two vegetables that are proteinous in nature, that is
Yes,
one
ma'am.
that I don't know whether there are others that are also proteinous in nature. They increase uric acid. If someone
Okay.
is having high uric acid, you ask that client if he or she is taking spinach or moringa, that is zogali, tell that person
Yes,
to
ma'am.
stop because it will keep increasing the level of the uric acid. But apart
Okay.
from that, all other vegetables will help to reduce the cholesterol.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ma, that means you can eat spinach and the moringa if you do not have increased uric acid.
Yes, 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 you can eat it. So when
Okay.
you are treating patients and you are managing them at the same time for weight loss, make sure you know some of their problems. If they have high uric acid, if you tell them to take more vegetables, tell them not to take spinach or moringa.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Yeah, okay. No questions, no contribution. Then you people did not understand at all.
Maybe they went for prayer, ma.
Okay. Then can we call, I don't know, where are the organizers? Can we call it a day since nobody is asking any question?
Okay, in the absence of questions, thank you so much for the presentation, and we thank everyone for participating and wishing to see you next week for the completing aspect of the workshop. Thank you so much, and bye for now.
Thank you, sir.
Zainab, za ki sallah ne? To.
Alhamdulillah. Ni'imati. Ayyo Allah.